Citizen TV, the citizen's power. 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 Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Wafufuru bi emfa mano eno na me no ebedi hu enkomo ela se ewebeka se January atwemu opepon atwemu February nso ne yewremi nka awode opede ehi na efiri ba na emom no obi biara wo tie mi ene obi biara wo hwe mi ebe hunu pefe se fiti na wotwetwemu adwada ebe ya ene wiemu enye kra ni titiro ene ahemache oba sore na agbo asi na emframa na mu no mepacho enye emframa papa ya so yom no hwe apomudin nsem so kra de betu dwa se emframa na ebo no enye emframa emu etie enti mepacho enunti ena na no pay give us about center ye kanfu eye give us about mixture ma wo se mame papa eja awo ena me wofa se mepacho we draw we here na no pay no givers herbal mixture nia yenim dadana say ye frɛ no givers a entontom da ho agana fo mo ankasa na mo de sa ho tedin no etumi de ama no eno ho nkomo na no pay me ni we edi na me ba chotie say yakasa immune booster na say immune system na wo mo ye enkom a wo mo no mo boni pedua no ho ban edi fi yare wa hodo bia ana say yare bia be yi ni ti bia no outbreak bia no wo mo eno mu gina brane na wo no eboni pedua no ho ban ma wo de onkonya sa yare ni bi se me nkai ganafo na me bu ponko ede yakoye chi a covid yi ba yi e pa cho wa hu bi uti bi na oman mu ono Ghana ha no yetumi eku atia ye dodo na esane givers herbal mixture e pa cho Dr. Solomon Kwabi and have a givers herbal center ye dia ba adwaman so ntino eno etumi aboye enti sanya we de ya sese ya adwadifo my company adavafo etwumumume na esantwafo malamfo obi bia Ghana ha de obia akola wa abofrɛ openio na akwakoye oha no me pa cho wedro givers herbal mixture na enam se immune no ana boni pedua no ba na kutia yarewa hodo wo makwa se asrafo anase bambofo enti no se ema se wakofa ni pebi so mebo ho ban na ne ho omre anase ne ho dwodwo anase tu so otonko no woda se nipa bolifo bia ba otumi tu susa otumi bowura mu ebrani adro nyina saa na immune system no eno so atie enti se nkomo na boni pedua no ba na ano adwodwo ayemra ese wo hyemu kena na me pa cho ni pedua no tumi gina brane enti obi won ma sorry a onye adwuma kura yo anadwo na wada na no pa na wa sorry no na afede o so ase ni tife adwa no ase ni pedua no waye mre ase obi a waye adwuma de muni nyina na ase ni pedua no afede waye boho me pa cho wa wuti mi ni wa wo hweme we draw ye givers herbal mixture givers ha entontom eda ho eza se obi a kwakwada wa sorry de se ojan ho de mapa eno na kyese nkomo no ano adwodwo hwebre ya wo sorry hwebre ya obeda hwebre ya okofie ento dwedini ohyenkani na ansa na nkomo no so ano badwodwo no nesa entontom akaw a wegya ne yefra na ya plasmodium parasite ede egu ni pedua no mepa cho entontom no so ye one ba ene oba ma na oba na wo mu yefra no female anopheles anase maame anopheles no wono na se wokaw se dua wogya ne yefra no plasmodium parasite ede gu ntiri no na se wanya dupa anum amfa ntu ase a obo se afede na moja no ene na mu na ene plasmodium parasite ni edi efra na afede di efra saa wani beba ho so no na afede akaka kan de ato se wuti ye na se wode wetumi anonum givers herbal mixture na ma nkomo no anu gina brane a obo sa yire so a na otwe na fo num e wo nim no obo so behu ensen na ho binum ni nsunsuanso binu a kyese o etridi mmoa ni bi plasmodium parasite na oni pedua no mu enti wenya tridi obo sa afede na ewa enamu wabọ wa be na otwe mi no mpacho kwana kope givers herbal mixture obi so ho no ma owo a anopa ne ho de enwumre onamu a da suom na afede a wo fihi etiesi ni so wo pose jejeje ene ne ho be force tam me pacho we draw your givers herbal mixture entontom na akaw we ja ne friend plasmodium parasite e de gu ni pedua no mu eno na ye 3D fever enti tuase ansana akwakofa oyeni kese e de abrewo obi zo wa ne mu ato aduane e de aduane ne kongo bi da na ono na aduane opepa ye de besi ne mu a na sabi ase ebon no ne kondo aduane me pacho we draw a we here givers herbal mixture givers a entontom eda ho edro no givers herbal center ya sama data kan se me pacho fanesano no de no onum na nopa wanum na wia wanum na nwumre enti no nya bi ewa adwuma mu ebi da oka mu ebi wo bag mu ebi wo fie ene be bia wo bia no utumi nunum bi wo ne wo ma wo madi mfinhya du mienu eko enti se ne awada ye me pacho obi a ene a wo ko dwa so akwa di dwa wo ko di hunu ani dwa ukodi wuntade dwa no bomode na kodi wapomudin so ho dwa kope givers herbal mixture givers a entontom da ho na pe na fa brefie na nonom azan se ukoto aduane ne ba na ukoto atade ne ba na nipaduane ngina brane wuni ahoode a obeye den na wa enjoy obeye den na we feeli obeye den na atade no wetumi nyo pepa ne enije etumi ahye enti na givers yasema eta ka ne se mo apomudin ehu hia mo apomudin enya top most priority se waduane wontade hyemu eya priority dia ma wapomudin enya top most enya we hia de kane ansana ne aka nyina no etumi aba e ba cho givers aba mixey enya na ukoba bi eto aduro mamu bia na obenye bi herbal shops ahodro treasure mamu pharmaceutical shops licensed chemical shops e ba cho ubenya givers herbal mixture now they boost your immune system no na ma nkomo na etumi agina brane osire ni a wo so ai mache police ni soldier ni immigration officer custom ni a onama na ajo de suo mu be ba cho we drown here givers herbal mixture bomode na kopa bi na no dwede ni ba o hyenkani me ba cho wedro givers herbal mixture eno ene ye kunditia etridi fever malaria ena afei ese boost your immune system no ekenya ni pedua no ema bra ni edo nyina no ni pedua na eden agina brane ento ko herbal shop bi e wo mayima obenya givers herbal mixture and afi pharmaceutical shop licensed chemical shop or memu baby bia de givers enyena anapemi sorry ma memfa givers GC mixture and afi givers GC capsules le pacho eno no mienu sa wo fa na wo ndom a obefa ne mienu e de abomu na wotumi anom na etu yare se de amaw givers GC mixture and the capsules no ye de tia infections ahodro ebe ni pedua no mo wo ba bema onumbi herbal shop de enyena ni ama kire mu ha na sa wonti bibi ase wakoto aduro no bi na pa ko betumi afa so anom no ana bibi chi wadwen so a be pa cho Givers Herbal Center ewa homatrofo eso 0543 222 470 0543 22 2470 now we need Givers Herbal Center for endi enkomo ene anope na say Givers enkomo a anope me be somo ewa Accra 100.5 eye me da citizen show so ebra me ankasa me nua ke eti adwam idie aha ena me di ABC na ke me kono won say obia wo classmates nyame ya adom me so me nya bi
okay
me ne call achim sechere SDA Senior High School aha achim sechere won kokko utwem anyinam na so ko sechere ansa wedu nkokko aha me ne Doris Nana Ama Ampofowa ene wo ya prison officer owo Juje
okay
ene ye na woda nyame de afe ba kwa aka ne mfie ho
nyame hira no
enti ne classmate odifo ya chas me ma no awoda pa
that's right
yankopo hira na wondi eye afe no oha ene echirepo eye enum
that's right
na onyanko atenten
amen
na ne niso ade hu ne da so ne timupo nyina no
me mremu
embremu
that's right
odi nyame nya adwuma no pe
but say odi me da say odifo ya chas ena the pay wo be kan ye ho Givers Herbal Center ho komo ena wo dia bra bigidi say wafa ahomatrofo na betimi afre na woni wo etimi edi nkomo in fact 2024 one of the things I say taking it very serious eye wapomudene na 2023 wapomudi ankuya 2024 maninya part of new year resolution say ubetimi nya apomudi papa na apomudi papa de na enwani Givers Herbal Center to wadama na udi weni ache ho na bibi etimi akoye kama eri ama ho.
God have mercy upon us.
If you give me thousands of Ghana cards and $1, I will choose the dollar.
In a small people.
Oh, Bemiami. Only Kwakutia, Bemiami. Although Oni kwa kutiano mo bemiami. Odo wedding dear. Odo wedding Kanu cry. Otrofo. Odo you want me to do more?
I'm sure most of you ain't too surprised when the song came about. Dangba. Again, himself when it comes to political songs. Now we are on Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia.
You can lie your way to power. You can do all propaganda. Dollar rate will expose you. The dollar has broken jail. You are pathological liar. You lie for living. Lies are your hobby. Google and Wikipedia recognize you as a liar.
It's an permission say me catch us you ready come on. We have an exclusive interview with
You promised me heaven and earth. You promised
Ambassador Horace Ni Ayankra, former Ghana's ambassador to China.
You said if I give you power,
You better touch on a number of things.
heaven
Generally, you better call
the way I'm suffering.
into details of speech. His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. The general highlights of the conversation and a PBD which made it so. He also assess John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, and a 2-hour call message or the Magana for the most popular speech now or phrase now. That's the 24-hour economy.
You want me to say
How important it is to Ghanaians. Sir Ira John Dramani Mahama Eba Power as the president-elect for 2025 and beyond.
People see you as a joker. They see you as comedian. People see you like Mr. Ibu. They see you like Lewin. So Dr. Lies, change your ways. As someone making watchana. Dr. Lies, change your ways. So your judgment day is coming on. Watiana. Watia putu amende mauno. Watiana. Sisa wapane debwao. Watiana. Enya umosa uyonya safuo. Kwa kutiana ogro na wampawasam. Ode oye ne juma teke mido. Makasa yue mwa swantini.
Okay, T 43 minutes after 7 years, Samuel Kwababiu, Embra Citizen Show, so live on Accra 100.5, what's on show Facebook, Accra 100.5 Facebook. So we're getting into the conversation. Ambassador Kwabana, and some Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, some of the excerpts of what he talked about on Wednesday. Na yaba, Mama Ambassador Kwaba, na fi yashen komonase. Conversation.
Completed a pilot of a digital version of the Ghana cedi in Seshwiwi also. This is known as the Central Bank Digital Currency, or the e-cedi. The e-cedi is designed to work online and offline and will be launched by the Bank of Ghana in due course. In my humble opinion, the e-cedi with appropriate privacy protections will be the ultimate weapon in our fight against corruption, because it will provide transparency, reduce the risk of fraud, robbery, tax avoidance, and money laundering, since it will be easy to track the movement of money and identify suspicious activity. The e-cedi will quicken the pace of Ghana's move towards a cashless or near cashless society. Ladies and gentlemen, to move towards a cashless economy, however, we have to encourage the population to use electronic channels of payment. To accomplish this, under my administration, there will be no taxes on digital payments. The e-levy will therefore be abolished. As Vice President, I am like a driver's mate. But by the grace of God, if you make me the president, I will be in the driver's seat with constitutional... I will be in the driver's seat with constitutionally mandated authority to pursue my vision and my priorities. So what do I want to do in terms of vision and priorities and policies if you give me the opportunity by the grace of God to become President of the Republic of Ghana? Ladies and gentlemen, in this regard, I have been engaged in a lot of consultation and doing a lot of thinking in the last few months about the lessons of the last 7 years, as well as my vision and priorities as I seek to become President of the Republic of Ghana. Clearly, the initial conditions that we inherited in 2017...
It's almost printing in the mouth.
Yes. It's
okay,
right,
I see that before.
Yes, it's right here. And, you know, idea me per se, me share mu ye.
Okay.
Na sabi, me share what he is trying to tell Ghanaians. Just oppose a no to what he has said to Ghanaians, and whether with him Ghana has a future. Because it's about the country. Ghana,
yeah, sure.
And yet, Sabi, Ebia, Horace Nebedi in him, Yao Nebi in him, Kweku Nebedi in Ghana, and now, and you know, this is the first time I've had it printed. And you know, me share. You see, at the end of the day, as I for but say, if I get it wrong, correct me. Quite cross over mountain to my anything. So I want us as Ghanaians, what the vice president, our opposite Odi Omane Nimno, Ediabetu Nimno. Yes, we'll be looking at it. But I want us to look at the person, because Obey vice president is different from Obey president.
Yeah.
But there is the same person, office known as Esno.
Yeah.
So who is this individual? Who is Dr.
Mahmoud
Bawumia?
If you have to describe Dr. Bawumia in one word,
I wouldn't describe him in one word, not at all. It will have to be a statement, it will have to be a full sentence, it will have to be. But if you press me and press me so hard, that one word will come possibly at the end of our discussion.
Okay.
And now, per se, the interesting and you mode a shape we na say. I mean, it is very, very serious and very, very courageous for a composer and as a writer to come up with a song. Ideological is a Dr. Lies. That is brave. But unim, it will take Obia Oya so brave to describe a sitting vice president as such. If Ghanaians any evidence pefe I want me to me who say no credit and you might hear to know so we have to look at the person and see who they tell before we go into whatever he said to do and what you cancel and the digitalization, because he's actually failed as an economist now trying to be an IT expert, which you and I know say digitalization I hear canon in this world crap you trim ho. If you say trim ho, if you say it's at digital
transformation. You came home.
Yeah.
And watch this. Now, he had so many points. Now, point 173. Or say, I have outlined many far-reaching measures in this speech. These are measures that should put us on the right path and transform our economy. I know that many of us might be tempted to say we have heard many bright and even brave ideas before, and that will be true. Many will say the problem we have is not the lack of ideas, but implementation. Many will say the problem is leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, I offer only what has guided me throughout my life. And always stay or say hard work, personal integrity, accountability. So you and I are not looking at him as such. He is telling us that this is who he is.
He has integrity. He has worked hard.
He has worked hard. He's a hard worker. He has personal integrity and accountability. Now, attributes of a hard worker, and I say, dependability, prioritization, motivation, perseverance, and self-care. Let me say, wow. Now, say, you see, a hard worker is diligent. A hard worker is diligent. Obia, somebody who keeps reminding his or herself how essential it is to do the job right the first time.
Yeah.
To do the job right the first time. And you know, Obebi say, how diligent is Dr. Baumia? If he claims he's a hard worker, how diligent is he? And you know, and what has he gotten right on the first attempt? Now, what has he gotten right at his first attempt? So can take us to why at all was he brought onto the scene? 1 CD to $1.
Yeah.
2 CDs to $1. That was sitting president, then a candidate. Nothing I made the Dr. Baumia Efi Bank of Ghana, ABA.
To fix the economy.
To fix the economy.
Yeah.
To fix the city. Has he gotten it right?
He's focusing on digitalization.
But my question is this. He's saying he's hardworking. And hard worker is somebody who is diligent.
Yeah.
And anybody who is diligent, you know, obia or making sure say, Sabi, he or she gets it right at the first time.
Sure.
So my question is this. Is he diligent? And you know, say, me bisa say, Dr. Baumia, is he diligent or not? No. Then of course it will be fair on him for me to go back and search the reason why President Akufo-Addo and Enebai. So the question this morning that you and I can ask, and then they say, has he been able to fix the city?
Not at all.
Well, now I can say not at all. But I'm asking no, sir. What's he say? Yes. And you know, for me, you know, this particular presentation to the nation, you know, he missed one thing. To be humble enough to apologize to the people of Ghana as to why he has failed them. Because with him, a genuine apology is always accepted. Or Shane Bra says, sir, I Horace near Yankra, maybe Trahana pay. And I can assure you, I am not the NDC's candidate. We have a perfect candidate in the person of former President John Dramani Mahama. But I am going to go on a crusade and make sure say I Horace Ni Ayi Ankra takes on Dr. Bawumia and let the Ghanaian know who they are dealing with. Now, moving on, talking about diligence, we're fairly common toilet that he promised. Say, Yabapa in the first 2 years, no, every single house, toilet, common toilet. Any water supply, no, and no program will fail it. So when you fail in delivering toilet, you and I will never ever be surprised if you fail for the first time, still failing, and will forever fail in the reason why you know by it. You and I will not be surprised. And you cry. Now, there was so many things you and I know. One constituency, $1 million, and then count those things. No, a hard worker is somebody. In my research, now I found out that a hard worker is somebody who also avoids mistakes. Mistakes. Some Crawford, they do their best to avoid mistakes, and then accept, say, "Woman, I a mistake." This is an individual who wouldn't even say sorry and will never accept, say, by a mistake. He never does that. Okana semana no kro true waka oyade enye waka. Ne statement bi kra po na oka wo baby say beta frache ne digitalization me dwane efi economy no ho amaba IT no IT aye for 13-17 year olds no. Yeah, me dwane aba ho na me di hurahura Ghana for no. No po no we always make sure say it is affected by the Ghanaian.
Yeah.
Let me ask you one question. Digitalization de ko ebe nyina no. Say ni nekeka. Tell me when you had seen an advert in any newspaper mu say ni pese who Ghanaian or is near Yankra means Ghanaian bid for it. That will be that. Bisane say why you be that? That is corruption. That is corruption. Because BBA Sebiota Frache, Yedibabe to you, say, you say, all that they do, and then they say, okay, yeah, say, Udio Unim, Udia Copimpian, so na bra, na yancha di akano. You and I never saw anything in the newspapers for you and I to have the opportunity as Ghanaian.
That's true.
To bid for it.
Yeah.
And that is corruption. Me know TSS here na Obo Bikakra no. Okay, Bibi Krapona. Very interesting. ECD. ECD ever fighting corruption. It is so interesting to note, say, digitalization married to strong institution is geared towards fighting corruption.
Yeah.
The human interface. So how come, say, we speak about digitalization in a country by a particular party and government? Na sad time na mu no so no corruption. It was so be tembia yehu o maemu. How does it happen? And you know, this sort of hard worker avoids mistakes. And you and I know that Dr. Bawumia doesn't do that. Okay. Now, the reason why I no buy no crap no. He showed, say, he fails. He showed, say, he delays. Because instead of working at the city, President Akufo-Addo and
yeah.
At a point in time, he put together 40-member team 40 member team. Find out why the city is depreciating. Up to today, they've not been able to fix it. Or the 40-member team now, Abano. And when this 40-member team, working under your instructions, a failure, how do you then come out to say you are a hard worker? You're not. Odi nyame bidum ehuna Ghana for odi nyame bi akatayi ne so. That 40-member team that he constituted failed. The world team are all put it together as the economic management team. I would describe them as world team. Failed. Led by himself, failed. So how can such a person, in conclusion to his presentation last Wednesday, tell you and I, say he is a hard worker? That is a perfect lie. The Maboboso, it qualifies somebody to be a hard worker. No, so me boy, you want you tell me I'm lying? That is fine.
Yeah, but Ambassador, or can say or your trotro meat again. Me the bar can say again or your trotro meat. You know when a driver takes a decision, he cannot overtake the driver.
Hold on there.
We should say.
I like the you can say. I have never been to Thomas Station, Trotro Station, or La Paz Station. I may who Trotro be with to animate.
Yeah.
The Trotro driver making sure say why any sales and making sure point A to point B, has the mate as a soulmate.
Yeah.
Are you getting what my point?
I get it.
So the Trotro driver and the mate are one more the same vehicle, performing
to reach their destination.
To reach their destination and make sure, say, the passenger is comfortable enough, and safe enough. It's send a say, be a passenger no air corner. His or her life will be enhanced as a team in the same vehicle at the Jubilee House. Have they done that? You see, it's a shame. Say, at this point in time, you can imagine the trotro driver getting to, let's say, Tema, and then say, oh, from Tema station, my driver no change lane, motorway no so. And measure 3 cities, mean you 2 cities. Men fee driver no, so I'll say 3 cities, I may make them all 2. Simply because I want to be a driver tomorrow. If you are not Judas, I don't know who you are.
It's an example on mine, and funny.
And funny. You see, the point that is so difficult for the Ghanaian now is that we are being forced, and now say obi air forcing ho edin ho abehye baby just say he is not qualified. You know why he's not qualified? He is not qualified. And you say Ebi Asabi on your Ghanaian and answer constitutional qualifications. No, he doesn't hold them. He has them. Nobody in their lifetime would want that at all. Let alone a country would allow a liar, somebody who deceives, to be the leader. That is the problem. Before, who truly said that Ghana is at a crossroads? Now, Tembiana Ebedu junction. Not just a decision is so important. So let's take it. Say it's true. Say we are at a crossroad. What it is that the Ghanaian has to decide and choose between authenticity versus irresponsibility. Let me go on and make sure I look at your friend is saying who is a hard worker. A hard worker works beyond expectations.
Yeah.
So what's the reason why you were brought in and what the Ghanaian expected you to do? You failed. You are not a hard worker. Dr. Bawumia, you are not a hard worker.
Because when man fixing the economy, when man so exceed the expectations Ghanaians were looking for.
He failed. I am not even telling him he's failed. Honorable party members, especially Honorable Kennedy Japan, talking to delegates in Womunya quest to become the flag bearer now, stated clearly that every DBBA expect to say the vice president would have done to making sure that he deserves to lead the MPP. You know, he had failed, and that Ghanaians will use that against the MPP. And I promise them we will be using that because excuse me, I don't know how to say it in P, but Ghana wokwa gashi bulu draw ana no shienyo. Sabi can say kwasi atahwe yes. So intino sesi no Ghana for no you need be. So don't run away from why you came and be entertaining the 17-year-old kind of agro digitalization. Because paperless scrapper,
paperless sport.
Honorable Carlos and Crapo say, and you're not the buy. Let's carry on. The hard worker is unselfish. I don't put the memfam bodan for P. Selflessness. What she say? Or no, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia no Crapo no. Truly no. If it's not by plan, then he himself no was looking for such an opportunity because he has actually divorced, detached himself from Bibia Abain Aya. You are not true. You are selfish. You can't be trusted. If it is not a plan, say Abia or non president and I plan crap say, oh they you who film made in. How can you? And people don't even see it as a betrayal of the president who brought you, and confidently on the day that you won flag bearership, no, confidently said, say, I will do anything, everything possible in my power to make sure, say, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has become the president, and Ghanaians should not entertain the NDC ever again. I'm appealing to Ghanaians, do not entertain the MPP and Bawumia never again. The track record is there. For us not to even believe it and even entertain it. And you know, what he was trying to tell Ghanaians is say, oh, a hard worker, no, he is not. A hard worker is somebody who is dependable.
Yeah.
Dependable. You and I cannot depend on him. Somebody who told Ghanaians, I'll give you toilet, and can't even provide toilet. You are telling me, you and I, say, you are dependable, trustworthy, hardworking. You couldn't give me the toilet you promised. Toilet. John Mama will say, not toilet be district
assembly
member them my work. You couldn't provide that.
And me sure said that is the reason why our excuse is because he's working under somebody, he cannot fully operate into the next chapter in his life when he becomes the president or the flag the president subsequently, obitimi operate fully, because then he wouldn't be under anyone.
You see, you know, Sabi, Oshe a man for with me adada one so many years. You might think, say, they continue to be stupid. No.
Ghanaians are descending now.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. A team. A team. More as government, you know. Amoko cabinet, you go there as a team.
Yeah.
And your individual way. Now, what do you mean? You look at it this way. Oh, football team. Let's say Liverpool going to play against Arsenal. Woman him sending Arsenal ball.
Yeah.
And you know, for the week, training grounds in your tactics are yet facing Arsenal. And then you go in there. Let's say Liverpool's captain Van Dijk. Yeah. You go in there, and somebody else is playing so differently. For the mere reason, say, or not per se, the next season, if Liverpool be new captain, or be captain.
Yeah.
And you know, I am playing a game against your game plan, any Arsenal, to make sure, say, everybody will see the captain as a failure. And you know, me say, Yankupon Bema. Nipa yednam kromo pa uhwe wadamfo ni mu apa, you see what he or she is thinking of. And you know, looking at all these things now, they share the era, the respected former president Kufuor Kaya, and say we are at a crossroad now. I see this contest as a contest, say authenticity versus irresponsibility. The gentleman had the nerves of a broken bottle and went on to say, what has brought him this far is his personal integrity. I'm talking about page 72 of Onani Nyamana Okeka last Wednesday. Now, according to Asedin Kitiano, he did not even bother to listen. He had better things to do, to watch
the Nigeria match.
Yes. Because it is so hard. Ura, I'm being honest with you. It is so hard to put up with a liar. It is so hard to put up with somebody who would deceive you day in and day out. And it is so difficult and unbelievable if to believe, say, obi bet to me, any obi, just say, or say, what do I say now, say now, say now, say now, and unti and a Ghana, I will be a one. And then you come and do worse. To the Ghanaian, sir, that is evil. You can never ever say in your lifetime that you are a man of integrity. Watch this. So, going back to school, no, integrity. Dictionary catcher say the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles.
Yeah.
Otherwise, no, you are dishonest. And also, Akosuka said, it is the quality of being honest and showing a consistent and uncompromising to strong moral and ethical principles and values. It encompasses both truthfulness in actions. It encompasses both truthfulness in actions and internal consistency. And then you call yourself somebody with integrity when the whole world and now the audacity said the vice president, the sitting vice president, wanting to become a president is a liar. And the whole Jubilee House can't say anything about it, even ban the music, because it is the truth. Nothing but the truth. So that addresses what Ora Bawumia has said on here a man of integrity. Is he truthful? Was he honest about the exchange rates? Was he honest about the exchange rates?
Ambassador Horace Nia Yankrana Yenidin Komo studio home say live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show now was so good. In fact, he's giving us some interesting education, and on Facebook I've seen the reactions on Facebook. People are enjoying the education. Ambassador Edema, definitions upon definitions, the integrity, the truth, and all that. I'm for enjoying social media. I'll be able to comment as well, but I'll be glad to share that with you whilst we enjoy the education. Ambassador Edema. So this is just a preamble of what we intend to discuss. And after the education, we'll get into the issues. Dr. Laji Mahmoud Bamia, Abobosa, but just this education. Ambassador, you to us.
Maybe even with the exchange rate, was he truthful? Was he honest when he was leveling wrong stuff at Mohammed's government? Was he honest about the provision of common toilets? Was he honest to Ghanaians when he said the economic team he put together was world class?
A solid one.
A solid one. And that the economy... Only one interesting thing that maybe Ghanaians don't know, and I want to let them know this morning. The city, at the time the president was preaching, say, in my time in China, the Chinese were accepting it. Did you know that? Did you know that? Don't just nod.
Yeah, sure.
It's a fact.
Yeah.
In my time in China, the Chinese were taking the city.
Yeah.
The confidence that they had in the city. Why would you have restaurants, bars and stuff in China, Ghanaian food, and you wouldn't take the city from the Ghanaian trader who had come to Guangzhou? They were taking it. They wouldn't take it today because it's valueless. The confidence in it is gone. How hard worker are you? How diligent are you as a person? And what sort of integrity do you have? If you have been able to destroy the reason why you were brought onto the scene, are you true? Are you faithful? Are you honest to the Ghanaian? Why deceive the Ghanaian? Why? Sure, enyam kan Obia ye nyina ye bu no pa, ye respecting no pa as a journalist. Kwesi Pratt Jr.
Yeah.
Even went further than simply calling the gentleman a liar. Enyam kan yo.
Yeah.
Quoting Kwesi Pratt no. I say the other contestant is fraudulent. So if today I am sitting on radio and I am saying, say, listening to former president, Ghana is at a crossroads now. May Mamoatia say, no cry for the Ghanaian to see, say, the selection is between somebody authentic and somebody who is irresponsible.
Well, I feel what joining you. I'm not for the name of the guest in the studio. I feel what joining you.
The title, your friend near Yankra.
No, but people need to know the kind of person you are.
I'm a Ghanaian, very, very sincere to the Ghanaian, and hoping, say, the Ghanaian will make sure, say, the next leader is a leader who is authentic. I want to ask you a question. Have you ever heard former President John Dramani Mahama lie to the people?
Of course, in more kind, we've seen that it has
deceived the people. No, if you've heard, let me know.
Not to my best of knowledge.
Be honest with yourself. Any Ghanaian, have you ever heard former President John Dramani Mahama lie to the people?
Because in more kind, the Abranoye presidents, the community day schools or council well, maybe take us. I've seen that in my area.
He is authentic. He is bold and authentic. That is why I support him. And that is why I'm asking Ghanaians that there is no way you can vote lies over authenticity, irresponsibility over authenticity, untruthfulness
does it clearly shows
over authenticity.
John Mahama has been vindicated, because if you look at the things that this government can Abrana, His Excellency John Mahama Ewa Kunyaswa, they painted him to be the most, for lack of better words, demonic person Ghana's ever had.
Leave that to the masses. Obiba say, I had an interviewer come to my office recently, and when I was asking her some questions, she boldly told me, "Say, leave it to the masses." And I said to her, "You are asking me to leave it to the masses because only be maybe so a simple question. Tell me if you've ever heard former President John Dramani Mahama ever lying to the people, ever deceiving the people." Are you getting me? If John Dramani Mahama said something and he did not do it, it means that he did not get the opportunity to annex office. And he couldn't do it outside office. Are you getting my brief?
I get it.
Good. Now, the gentleman also had the nerves of a broken bottle to say, apart from any hard work, yabo eguno, any personal integrity, yabo eguno, accountability and so. Accountability. And
on social media, people question that.
Accountability. What do you example back on crapona me de maono? Say digitalization. If we ask crap we chem hona or the journey numuno. Yaye B, yaye C. No. Did you ever see anything in the newspaper for you and I to even bid for?
No.
If you never saw anything like that, you can never tell me, say, you are accountable to
accountability.
Are you getting me? Look, every road will be told. Every road will be told. Every road to be told. And if you say, you know something, gentlemen, I'll find time to come back and we'll be dealing with all the things that he said. Today, I want to actually look at his point 172 and the point 173.
Okay,
I'm telling you honestly. Because answer now to me, I can say, oh, my min to my friend. I was saying who the person that you are. And with us having only 15 minutes to go, no, I have to make sure I say it in a manner that the Ghanaian will understand. Watch this. Now, and I wrote to we told every road we told. And now this same Papi and any economic management team, you know, because they are very good in deceiving the people, you know, and knowing very well said they want to introduce the e-levy, you know, to cushion the Ghanaian, you know, and also to da the Ghanaian, you know, and I want to share the wrote to forgetting say most Ghanaians do not drive. Majority of Ghanaians no don't even drive.
Public transport, yeah.
And a woman yi fi ho no. E11 na womo ede airba no. Womo can say E11 no. Say ne be say ya yankoko IMF.
It will solve our problems.
It will solve our problems. Today the E-levy is moving pari passu the IMF. How honest are you?
Osi obo betwem.
Osi obo betwem. Ade a wo ne o boss atena se adwen ho. Emia Ghana ni akopem ene no. Wo no afi de opese obedi o mampeni nti no. O ba obetwem. The first time I meme say obi be say E-levy no meme ba metwem no was at Kempinski Hotel.
Yeah.
Former president boldly in a presentation Ghana for say I president and our former president John Dramani Mahama that change ba mo mama akwenya me sremo mo mama sa opportunity no me ba E-levy metwem almost 2 years ago. Wo atna say a wa Ghana for abre E-levy. The guy is such a liar and so untrue. It's unbelievable. And I'm pleading with Ghanaians, if you can't even live with a wife that lies, with a husband that lies, how can you then give an opportunity to a liar to lead a whole nation, a people? people, nyankopon twan si ho people no. How can we allow that? How can you? Watch this. And you know, and I want the E-levy by. Now E-levy is now moving pari passu the IMF.
Yeah.
Ye meow, lebi shwande gbeke. Be mini dane wonlu. Nu ba kwe akeshi. Money e passa, lebi shwande gbeke. Ba ye wono. It shouldn't happen. Yenko IMF, to the point to say that the sitting finance minister no they are here nyamisam to Bible count.
The deputy finance minister on the floor of parliament also said it.
And then we end up there.
A few months after.
Now unim say uye no crapo na yeko IMF no crapo na chese ye benye bibi crapo na ebeboa omano. You be true to the people. You be honest with yourself and say 11 no ye fi ho. IMF ke 11 near the same highway no na ke miawo.
Interesting.
Watch this. I want you to know how untrue he is. I want you to know, say, unknown to me, Kase will do baby, we do know because of personal integrity.
Yeah.
Because if he's a man of integrity, in near maybe a waka, why you know, Ghana, aka, Mbana say, watch this, a liar and a deceit. Oh, Debbie, yeah, I'm saying, time no couple, watch this. So, in point 172, no, I say, ladies and gentlemen, many people have said that I am the most impactful vice president in Ghana since independence. All the opposite of the Ghana, no, say most people have said. You are too lazy a person and listening to people. I think say a vice president is so busy. Crap will say until the amount for a
yeah.
All right. I do not intend to compare what I have achieved as vice president under President Akufo-Addo to that of a vice president who could not perhaps make a mark. Yeah,
sure.
I would let you to be the judge of that. That is why I'm here to judge it. But I can say that I have never been president of Ghana before, and inshallah, you will not be the president. I am presenting myself to you for the first time to ask for your precious vote to serve you as president. Aden, is somebody coming in wanting to be president and we can't judge the person with his or her records?
Yeah.
Maybe in Jimmy, sir. And in all humility, I would like you to give me the opportunity to become one of the most impactful presidents in Ghana, in Ghana's history. What impact and saying? You know something? Per the song, no, you say a liar and a deceit can never ever be impactful in a positive way. Those telling or no or about me that no are equally deceitful. How impactful could you have been if you are the same person dismantling policies are say ebeboa? How impactful have you been then? So policies are modified na mudi mia no. Have you forgotten this? The same gentleman who was saying, said, we are coming in to have an economy of production, not economy of taxation.
We'll move from taxation to production.
Exactly. You treat yourself. World Health Organization pull time a woman AJ COVID in summer can happen. You try COVID levy, and that can never be a woman to me accounted for that.
We're still paying it.
We are still paying it. Even World Health Organization pono AJ the word COVID the true.
Yeah.
From you and I, the Ghanaian, is still paying it. No name. To be honest with governments, you know. Governments any you want to say landlord, any landlady. Womo de no womo sika and say womo tax. Tax at the right time, tax for the right reason, and let the people know what you're doing with the tax that you collect. That makes you an honest government. And wanting to continue, which we don't see with this government. Don't even. When you talk about your position, any boss position, and questioning a vice president who couldn't even, in his words or his thinking, couldn't make a mark, and you wanting to push everything onto the leader, can he, Dr. Bawumia, compare his government and achievements, and in all honesty, with that of President Evans Atamils of blessed memory? Can he do that? To actually belittle the efforts of Owura John Mahama in his time as vice president? Owura John Mahama in his time as vice president, Owura John Mahama no a communicator or say communication expert or say can say no. He is not. And I say he wasn't an economist. He is not an economist. And I don't think he will ever say or economist.
Yeah.
How was the economy performing at that time? Compared to you, I also say, economist, no. How does it compare when Owura John Mahama, was vice president and leader of the economic management team? Compare the two. And you have the nerves of a broken bottle to say, you can't say somebody who did not make a mark. Listen to this carefully.
Okay.
Around in the same vein, it takes me back to when he said, President Mahama had been in politics for 30 years, never came up with a policy. You know what? I would prefer somebody who has no policy, but has given me good schools, has given me good roads,
hospitals,
has given me hospitals, has given me cheap compounds, has given me housing, has come up with markets, and even the overheads and interchanges that they are boasting of made the money available. I would prefer such a person to somebody who has deceived the people from day one to date. So if these two people are contesting for this precious seat of this nation, I will choose the authentic one over the liar. I'll choose the authentic one over the one who is irresponsible. So for me, to this morning, all that I can say to the incoming president, Owura John Dramani Mahama, sir, just preach what you have for the nation and leave Dr. Bawumia for Horace Ni Ayi Ankra. I'm telling you,
John Mahama should focus on.
Just focus on yes, because what he is saying. Look at Amanone, the benefits of 24-hour economy. You see, this man is so untrue, it's unbelievable.
No, busy Dr. Bamia, who said Choba be at 21 a.m.
Apart from that, he is telling us last Wednesday, he was trying to make us understand that the digitalization, has made a NEMA possible 24 hours. Over there, get me, in time office, because of digitalization, Manyama for petrol manka. So what are you talking about?
Not possible.
How can you compare that to somebody who is coming to put the infrastructure in place to making sure the filling stations and it is secured. And then you tell me, say, digitalization in 24 hours. You are a liar. Because of the mere fact to say, na meme office and you dear funny say you are too lazy. What's our office say? Car obetumi aye nesa. To car no fako. Mr. Utu car no eduka filling station ben and operate 24 hours. Ask yourself. The only filling station I operated 24 hours, and most of them were closed, not doing 24 hours in the last 7 to 8 years because of the insecure country that we live in.
Sure. It's by 10:30, 11.
Yes, it's the airport shell. Airport shell no crap operating 24 hours. It's because of Rollins who had a flat tie around that place. Actually, you can 24 hours. You can bet we are all good. That is why you see airport share there 24 hours now. And they are serving the people right. Airport shell. You can't say crap. They have an English expression for that. Just say shell for it serves. It runs 24 hours. Now, class 1, a joker. You compare it to Choba. Now, only host but maybe baby Oko, your friend is saying. Oko, say he love you there. I can't want some.
Aye.
Oko page 39 of Nikasa P now or patches in Yamana, they've actually been done. Is achieved under and I say vice president. Agenda 111. Agenda 111 on him. The hospitals in the districts trust me, I'll be honest with you, it's a good policy.
Okay.
Yeah. I want you to close your eyes. Imagine your mother and imagine your cousin. What district it be? Ambulance simple and Benho.
Yeah.
So ambulance be do a crap is going to take about an hour.
Because of bad roads.
Are you getting my point?
Yeah.
That is how I want Ghanaians to see Agenda 111. It is a form of decentralizing healthcare. But ekosi saying you see back on and now corruption na ewo hono you and I you can't even think of it. A man for AJ seed money in serious dollars, millions of it. Womu wia womu ensi hokra. This Agenda 111 now you say is going to be completed in 18 months now. Because of corruption. Because they don't get the right people to actually give it to them to build. Enko baby.
Ambassador, our last point now for you wrap up this conversation.
My last point, Ghanaians. Former President Kufuor say Ghana is at a crossroad.
Yeah.
Simple. Choose back home. And then they say you are choosing between authenticity, John Dramani Mahama, versus irresponsibility, Mamudu Baumia. Choose one. Ghana ma. If you can't live with anybody at all who deceives, who lies, if you can't live with them, you can never, ever help those people also to lead a people. Intimesremo. Montomobo, Namuntie, Ura, John Dramani Mahama. Namun bisa no questions. Don't let him just go away. Ask him questions about the 24-hour economy. When you answer mawa betwemiti. Our answer is because he sat, thought of it. And only because behind every reasoned decision is a reason for deciding.
Yeah.
And that alone is key to leading him to say to you, say, Mensa Abba, because minim adia ewoho. Papa yebe to me aye sebuta frache intro into no mama me antoaso. Give me the opportunity. So, ladies and gentlemen, authenticity versus irresponsibility. You choose authenticity.
Yes, Ambassador, thank you so much. As I say, to suffer by Ambassador Horace Ni Ayankra.
But Kai say, this is the beginning.
Sure.
we actually looked at who Nipana Etie. We are going to.
We're just the first face, the personality.
Charlie in Kewakeshi, John Mahama, concentrate on a 24, the good policies that he has.
Yeah, sure.
And he should leave Ura Baumia to Nia Yankra. I'm telling you, it's a crusade.
That's right.
It's a fight because you know what it is about the country Ghana. It's not about any individual because at the end of the day, you can never move from A to B lying. So if you let a liar lead you, hey, Asamato.
Yeah, that's it. Right, yes, that's the Ambassador Horace Ni Ayankra now pay over joining former Ghana's ambassador to China. In fact, very interesting conversation. Social media reacted seriously, and we'll have this part 2 of this conversation. From a Yendani Hombra by Beton Commono.
GoTV is stepping up your entertainment from the 15th of January at no extra cost to you. If you are on GoTV Value, upgrade to GoTV Plus to watch GoTV Max. Already on GoTV Plus, upgrade to GoTV Max to enjoy GoTV Super. And if you are on GoTV Max, upgrade to GoTV Super to enjoy the best of the best on GoTV Super Plus. Don't wait. Step up your entertainment today. It's on us. GoTV. Love it. T's and C's apply.
Hey, say, dear Marco, who green
Accra FM.
Me who credit me, say, and Nunti no mania award, a word bestie, Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, dear Cassa, and as a boy, dear, and cannon to them you.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. A son you want to say, near Crew Etuno, near Anchor, and one a noon, or Bana Bemo Power, and Yarwanka.
Nancy Mamika say, and the Spana called Moekayeno. Greenfield at Arumenti, and was our soldier and also a PM.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultra modern laboratory. And a diagnostic machines are associated with the Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Nungwa Dogon, Estate Junction, last stop. Fra was 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
I believe. Accra FM.
Waba Tele Accra FM. Yeah, mommy.
Yes, I say with no you takeaways from the delivery in
Mamin Chow, Neminchia, it's here for an opay. If you're former share war, Facebook to so me charming in Yenim send your mamma ya ding. Ghana, said here, baby a general and yet people are really suffering. We call everywhere from the market to students to workers, teachers, nurses. Ubia, things are really tough for people. People are suffering. Nobody can dispute that. And people are just hoping and waiting quietly that 7th December will come and we'll have a new leader. Then 7th January 2025, then this country can have a good direction, a direction that will begin to give them hope again. Of course, they know what JM did when he was in office. His Excellency John Mahama, he governed this country with a very limited time. That is only 4 years, 6 months. How he deliberately, consciously, and carefully, governed this country and drove this country to in terms of infrastructure at every sector. How he when as the president, what they are able to do. But unfortunately, human being as we are, we will be why you don't value it until you lose that thing before you realize that minimanka. So unfortunately, they lied to Ghanaians. They humiliated him. They said all kinds of lies about this man, John Mahama. And unfortunately, people believe them. And the end result is that they voted him out. Democrats, as he is, with good intention for Ghanaians. Look at what is happening in our neighboring countries like Nigeria, like Cote d'Ivoire, and all that. A young man who could have probably twitched the arms of the constitution, who could have probably do something to stay in power, quietly. He told his people, well, Ghanaians have spoken. Let's leave. These are the people who claim they can do it better. Let them come and do it. Okoye. Now, everybody have seen that we have done a great mistake.
Over the Ghana phone,
Papa. Who say, to Obama and Akufo-Addo Bawumia government. Because they raised the hopes of Ghanaians with lies, with so many promises. And everybody believed them. People thought that this country would make an honor as President Kufuor under the governorship of Nana Akufo-Addo and Bawumia. The things they said, big things. And wherever you are, you will believe them. We have the money in this country. We don't need to go and borrow to construct roads. All we need to tow the roads. What kind of statements all? So people, it's got into the people, sank well with the people. So, almost 8 years down the line, all these things turns out to be lies. I told people that these people don't have any clue when it comes to governance or management of the economy. When we were leaving power, the economy was under the management of the IMF. You were under the strict management of the IMF. So, so management, IMF policy, 2018, that's where it's supposed to end. And I'm extending it to 19. Because that time they were enjoying the IMF's money, the benefits of the IMF. We had only $300 million. The remaining $600 and something million, they gave it to them. Aside all the huge sums of money we left in the coffers, in the sinking fund, in the infrastructure fund, in the ESLA fund, all the money is there. So they were virtually managing nothing. They were just following the status quo that the foundation will lay down. So people thought they were doing something better.
Then we exited IMF in 2019. Then the economy started going bad. That was when the so-called Baumia, Kenoforiata, and whatever, that was when we needed them to manage it from where the IMF left it. Then things started going down. And now, COVID, then Ukraine, Russia was also BMO. So they had a comfortable something to claim that COVID and COVID-19. I know we share COVID ni Russia, COVID ni Russia.
I'm not for say COVID ni Russia when it came at the right time to defend
them. They quickly they went and hid behind COVID and the Ukraine Russia war. Hide war. Yes, then COVID and Ukraine Russia war went down. All the surrounding countries, take Burkina Faso, take Cote d'Ivoire. Today, go to Cote d'Ivoire and go and see what is happening there. Cote d'Ivoire can be compared to any country in Europe. Well developed by Alassane Ouattara. Go and see what he has done there. African Cup now. Ask them. That country has developed so well. As if say, COVID and Ukraine Russia war. Look at all the economic indices. Inflation, Cote d'Ivoire is running around 4%. Interest rate, Cote d'Ivoire. Some companies are even getting interest rate at 1% in Cote d'Ivoire here. Go to Cote d'Ivoire and see their growth in every sector. Burkina go and see their economic indicators. Go to Nigeria. Go to Senegal. Go to Cameroon. I am giving you countries that we are all in the sub-Saharan African countries. We are in the region. They are doing so well. The only country in the region the performance is so bad is Ghana. It's Ghana. Everything from inflation to interest rate to reserve to borrowing rate, everything is so bad. Then here we are. The man who we are seeing according to President Nana Akufo-Addo, we are seeing the team and no kitano and or catch I say or no or your mate or your mate in pet na the boss yen no on Kahumbi. For the first time, I had some feeling for the president. I felt so bad for him that you had somebody who was supporting you all along, who was advising you. He actually championed all your economic campaign.
Because he's the head.
He was championing it. Even prior to the election. Who said when the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you? Who said it? It was the same man. Nana Akufo-Addo never gave one lecture before the election. He was all over the university, from University of Ghana to Central University, all the lecture halls, giving lectures about the economy, created the impression that when he's giving the nod, he will be able to change things around. On one wife, a friend, economy whiskey. The wife, this is what he did. Then now they've given you the mandate to go govern. 7 years down the line, what they handed over to you, all of them have gone bad. Interest rate, you took it now the least you get in any commercial bank is 38%. Very bad compared to somebody who handed over to you. You can borrow at 24%. And then inflation, no, they will chrome her. Inflation is bad, inflation is there, and then inflation is until recently it was 54%. And then say no be to 23%. Can you imagine? So what they bet to 23%, you know, or per se yen prison. So with the free 14%, and they are called 54, and what they are back 23. Why are they? When you handed, it was handed over to you at 14%. Look at growth. Today, our budget, their budget. You know, one of the greatest deception na omo ye okrowe mu, omo katre yen, okrowe mu say, they have built 167 industries or companies, factories that is under their so-called 1D 1F. They are saying that to Ghanaians, we have 1D 1F. On Makasaka in his speech in so we've built 167 factories and 150 is in operation. They are lying. Let me tell you, I'm an industry person.
Okay.
You know what they are doing? They've gone to rent warehouses all over the country. Okay. Let's say if somebody come and say, I'm producing, let me use ladies' pad.
Okay.
Okay. Sanitary pad, those things.
Yeah.
You know what they do? They will tell you the factory, let's say, is at North Carnation. It's not a factory at North Carnation. They go to China. They go to China to go and buy sanitary pad completed, then come and put it in a warehouse. Okay, then now start distributing to people, selling to people. Meanwhile, that warehouse, they've labeled it 1D 1F. Whilst they are manufacturing nothing in that warehouse, they are importing those things and just kept in that warehouse and distribute. This is the trick these people are playing on Ghanaians. So they are creating jobs in China. They are creating jobs in Thailand. They are creating jobs in Turkey. They are manufacturing nothing. The so-called 150 normally says in operation in his statement. There is no factory like that. If you challenge them to mention the factory for you, Akrumfi juice.
Yeah.
And no pay and no to me. I have been on program with several of them. When I challenge them to give me 5 factories, 5 pay, the first one he will mention Akrofi, then he got stuck onto me into Asubio. Because all of them is warehouse there. They go to China where they bring ties. They keep it in the warehouse. Then they put a signboard in front of the warehouse. Then they say 1D, 1F. We are manufacturing ties. Nothing is being manufactured there. They go to China, they go to Thailand, go and import the things, keep it there and distributing. That is why it's not reflected in the economy. That is why in their own budget, industry is growing at negative 2.2. That is it. Any budget in
yeah.
Industry negative 2.2. If indeed you have built 167 and 150 is in operation, why is it not reflecting in your industry? So it's a deception. It's a deception. Why is it not reflecting in your forex? Why is it that your cedi keep depreciating? The cedi depreciated because you are not manufacturing anything. You are rather importing more. That is why your cedi keep depreciating. That is why your industry is not doing well. That is why your import is always going high. And your export is low.
Courage, the first moment of a member, you get into the specifics of
no,
when it's just a preamble to you. It's a funny be specifics, you know. But my member, Richard Manuribi, Dinia Mimboni and Wabon corrected them, mammy. So I say NDC communication team member, then Michael Sapakantanka, a frontline communication team member, at the movement for change led by
and then Mammy Fancy. Of course, so I have read to the page, you know, the speech, you know. Honestly speaking, that night I was doing something else. I went for a meeting.
Okay.
We were having meeting about 24-hour economy.
Okay.
We've developed some companies. As we speak now, we have discovered 175 companies in Ghana. Companies that since some of them have been in this country about 2020, 2004, 2002. These are companies we are trying to engage so that we roll them on to the 24-hour economy. We have been able to identify them, and we are still identifying. then we are going to engage them. What are the problems? How can we help you so that we can roll on the 24-hour economy so that job can be created for the youth? I went for that meeting. Okay. Fortunately, it's looking good. Can you imagine one factory at Insaom, management? We are having a closed door meeting with them to identify the problem before we come. We are serious about this 24-hour economy because we know it's a game changer. It's the only thing that will change the economy of this country. One of the factory in Insaom, do you know what they need? For the past 4 years, they've been crying for just a transformer keke. Because transformer no more every time because of the load, power no more using a share, and share it kept fluctuating, and it's not helping them. It's become a big challenge for them. They are spending close to 100,000 for power extra generator and things. So all this factory in Sarom needs is that here just transformer keke. So we are beginning to go around, have meeting with some of these factories, know their problems, then we begin to factor it into our policy. When we take over power, immediately we start rolling the 24-hour economy. So I was in that meeting, but later on, with the first speech, and I make kind. It's all full of lies. I read it page by page. I identify 59 so-called promises that were all lies.
Oh, 59 of them were lies.
I can go through one by one for you. But I think when we get there, we will do that.
Sure.
How can you say you do so? Huh? How can you tell Ghanaians that you, Alhaji Bawumia, Alhaji Reverend Bawumia, doing so? How? Dr. Alhaji Reverend Bawumia, doing so. How can you say that?
After saying that we cannot give credit to Mahama for solving Dumso.
Because he created it. When the man, His Excellency John Mahama came, Dumso was something that had been existing since the time of Rawlings. And he said, no, we cannot continue like this. Let's take the bull by the horns. And got it fixed once and for all. You came and started making noise of SS power. How can you come and tell us now that you stopped doing so? There are a lot of them. He said online passport. I mean,
in 24 hours.
No, it's 24 hours online passport. Online passport. Buy it.
Okay.
When this passport was launched in December 16th December 2016, and people were accessing it before you came to power 7th December, 7th January. So how can you claim you are the one who solved it? Huh? You say you came to meet empty coffers. I have it here. 59 empty coffers. When we had more than $250 million in the stabilization fund, infrastructure fund, more than 300 million there. In excess of over $1 billion was in the coffers for you to come. And you took it and spent it anyhow. Well, you better ask.
But I say, my member, Richard Ho, na menjina adventure on, ni take on Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. Richard, akwaba.
Mini ame Joso, na efe me kura me ni mudi.
Efe me kwame.
Kwame. Bibi abakode. Mesi bibi abakode.
Nyame adumo.
Me chia wati for na hwefo na me chia me nwana mo so ma ba fi ha. Na me chia frantofo. Da bia me ka say the lifespan of a butterfly is only 6 weeks. And it's rejuvenating. The young ones also get an opportunity to bring their views in broader democracy. It is good that you have a very leader, a very astute and respected political leader who has come out from a very useless political party that I will use to form a party that will build the Ghana we want together. And I think that I want to appreciate Afafaronto and his team saying that any political party one believe in a 24-hour economy. No, politics. I say, he's a man of industrialization. That's the man I'm told say at the age of 9 or of course secondary school. He was in secondary school at the age of 9, and at the age of 22, he has been building industries and industry. But unfortunately, we joining party be a wabenya leader be a want to be ambua into 1DF a leader so na nka person from Brano and to be ambassador. But anyway, on my penny John Dramani mama siminchiao na the good people on Kwanta 7 hotel region for siminchiao na ene juma pa amoye. We see Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Timothy ni speech na opposite ya digest one.
Yeah.
That's super.
Baba say utie bi.
Oh, me there.
Anana o he Nigeria match no.
Oh, me na no cross match me tie kakra na yesu na you was a meeting at the party headquarters.
Okay.
Until which I had a time to deliberate on it. Me who ne call so, but I me follow. Key as a media practitioner myself, I have a way of following issues on politics. You believe that as a media, you know what news for news is. Until we use it and then we make sure we get a tool for it. Now, my men don't want to say near Jumapa Muye. Now, Mbabu no more La Paz, and Mbabu no more circle, no more Medina than no more chop money kakra. Because what we know and what we say, that program was poorly organized. Until at the time now, Dr. Bamia said Umbra by 4 o'clock, no, but 4 now be any hope. They have to run deploy buses to those areas and pick boys and mom 100 Ghanas with t-shirt to come around. Yes, the bus people to come around to make sure the auditorium is full. Now, beside my media from Monkasamu, at the time now Kasamu media come telecast the disseminate information feed Ukraine because the management was poor. Everything didn't go on well, but anyway,
of course, I mean personally, I had issues with the sound.
Yes, I mean that was a reality. Yes, because my media, I will congratulate them because then the boys are come the boys and command balance are the money and chop money. But media, I have perused the documents, page 1 to page 45 of the document. Now, media, me can say, we share a document, you know. Title now, first, I did almost say Ghana's next chapter, selfless leadership and bold solution for the future.
Yeah.
So, if you understand communication, if you know in communication there's something called aperture.
Yeah.
So if you know much about aperture, digesting somebody's view and then look at any given time, no, you could see say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is a betrayer number 1. Yes. Selfless leadership and the bold solution for the future. It means your boss is selfish. Until you are selfless. But if we talk about the selflessness, also you are part of the gang of the selfish. Timalam, we are doing serious business. Oh, but me can say MPP had an opportunity to go back to the polls again because the men's be nomination yet. So go back and re-elect a flag bearer so that I'll get a strong opposition. Because this one, I'm sorry. I am really sorry, say, because the men's and I believe that we want to be as well. We must hold the men's by the boot to the bone. Because criteria now, the contest presidential elections, no. Almost you must be 18 years, and I'm mentally sound before you can contest elections. Come here. Papa been na oya kwata ni so no kwata left yes ana onam the baby onam baby crowd drain ho on his way na papa be kra na car so na ne battery call low oni battery when say battery also ignition no call over you must push na car no call and the papa is very restless we very confused ho kwata ni na o che say Jack mpacho be bo me na me push me car na kwata ni na dwa na dey say driver o say ye di pianka say ye di pianka ye di pianka
you di pianka
ana what enti ye na MPP for the presidency wait na mo the presidency
I said a former president could say he's a man
me I will come there and that's the story Michelle papa be so that and he say so beton to mama no why ya be na mama why ya kom na o hwe no otiwa da bi na anajo a ya mudi mpamagro. Oh, the last minute are dangerous. Last minute was it posh. Or the was it to man Mr. Thomas. Also, my Tommy, I'm a carpenter, so Pamami. You can see the desperate attitude of the man now. I got the chobum tino, or so the carpenter, the carpenter Pamtuma.
David.
Anthony, or man, put it down and not John Kufo Kayano. Also, Shannon London. What? Yeah. I know didn't come more. And one was a man of destiny. And then over here and Alisa Hotel was a man of destiny by and also there be as hard drawing on the show. Say on your info mano, never pay your bet me a Jumano. You see, after that time, no Dr. Bamia had to go out to know your NDC, but that time I know your MPP. That's why you need to be Bamian and I know. No, my papa, one has papa chairman of Council of State, never ambassador Bamia, and then my woman organizer of NDC or Wale, and then again and and I got much in the call and Okakaho. Anti Tama na President Kufo no. I want to say a man of destiny no. Dano, yeah, almost all kind of speech, you know. You can see the demeanor. I'm using the word of aperture. You see, when the council, I think when to a very respected communicator. Was it be a Druno? Let us use condo theory in disseminating information. Yan kind of crano. Then chen nippon and kind of crane, and yan never can't drop, and yan never didn't. It is that cognitive aspect, now the tra or Mampenico for him, or Mampenico for a trauty speech in the Viana. Say, hey, now on him say, now the man of destiny, you have become a man of disappointment. Because no, what people on time share TV on TN Equaso, a yard no more Yabano, until I'm him saying, yes, you pioneer, Majidis of Mampenico for in Eburanco, or that. Look at the level of credibility. The likes of a year after the first policy by Ashanti region, bueno, Chaman with me. What is Chaman with me? Bamian the first policy they buy or Tamale. Okay. Was it about Bamia winning president who win World Cup and go to World Cup? That was the first policy. You can see the demeanor and the disappointment all of these people have with Dr. Mahmoud Bamia. Sabi, Dr. Bamia, maybe you don't know. Say young share. Nayam co and one payamano. Then the man abutre. 1 year betray the 24-hour economy na ebano because the speech no crowd kan no every time was 24 hour the be also 24 hour and the idiot ya panicho 1 year betray na Mampeni John Dramani Muhammad Baba ya depa me dey anka me kra it does not need of us discussing this useless chronic liar and the issue of no substance where I can waste time the most expensive commodity on this earth is airtime. Yeah. You should be preaching the good work of Mampeni John Dramani Mama. Now for from supporting no we should build of course we'll come there during the second round. We should be building because we have less than 8 months to go to the less than 9 months to go to the post. Yeah. And we should be preaching the good work because Mampeni John Dramani Mama or the sister policy key policy yaba. Who can I say about that? And the papa idiot. Ocean, you hear down in Bessia. You could see, say, I have some whole. The MPP party is meaning say every landed political person in MPP, you know. But I'm surprised. Say, you know, university, you know, SS, you know, primary school. You know, say they can think properly. When you say they have views, they are discerning people. Now they the class, being 100 over 100, no. Because about me, they have problem with thinking error, and that's where we are. And we must take a critical look at this. All political parties must come together to make sure, say, we will make sure Mampeni John Dramani Mahama become a president of the Republic of Ghana and build the Ghana we want together. Come here. No. You share all kind document page to page. You share be beyond the. Wabone humbody. Abona na de danko akufa do ma bibia from page 1 do page 41 no. Do page 41 o se dey me ba ma me kan kire page 41 and then ebo hu no. Page 41 I think is it 41 or 45? Yes. Page 41 I think one of the pages I don't it's not page 41. Was in the vision. Maybe I was in the vision there. Was I am a driver's mate. Anamwa. Was I am a driver's mate. Now, Mimi dear, or no dear say a man of Quenya, not obey a driver now. Or no bet me a day, or bet Makita Cano. Now, what driver cano acquire the destination. Yeah. Kwame. Yet you come here. And crack, mate dear. I can't say mate dear, ole, second, ole. One of my directions, no. Whatever direction you know, I did you book. When I just car, on a baby a bus up, on a just traffic or have man for on the drew baby a drew and I say young checker for how the passengers walk. Oh, no, the driver matey, why did trouble? I saw some money boss. I was a bedroom baby. What you like a cow now? Yanni cowness no. Every chair say, driver on one number. And you for car, mammy. Nammy, the can can many. Would you trouble here, you know? Why you be beyond my boyfriends, no girlfriends, I better come free. I can do India. What's it? But maybe I don't say for Canamano. But maybe you can't do the Bemano. Yeah, I'm power. But on your butre, Uncle driving school. Because I made it on the license. Uncle driving school. So, Uncle driving school, yeah. Now you did not go DVLE. Now, what's school license a mano? Your school license a mana. Now you have a man a car, not me. I can't. On your do on your butre. It's a serious business. Come in Abraham Mahama aiding the presidency. Dr. Bamian driving school. Don't driving school. Okay. Che. Yeah, man, you're there for DVLE. Now I the test round. Yeah, man, lances and something. I can't hear the people. Yes, the people home. Go. Yo, come on, Mampeni Jerry John, Mampeni Kufo, a campaign on the legacy of Buzia, Meboa. Janko Abuzi at time now, or campaign on the legacy. Yeah. Or Mampeni John Mills, or campaigning on the legacy of President Rollins.
Sure.
And or Mampeni John Dramani Mahama, a campaigning on the legacy of President Mills. No Mampeni, no not the Danko Akufo, or say for the driver do Gagai. Also a campaigning on the legacy of President Akufo. Yeah. Now would you add in? Dear Naba. Dear Pa Naba Okuma. After the general through boss. See who you were drivers may would you money the President John Dramani Mahama, because I see I'm the luckiest president, vice president, because President May gave me an opportunity to be a chairman of EMT or running single digit inflation growth, make the economy very robust for you. Even say we're not even selfish idea. That time when I'm John Mahama, vice president, you even allowed the MPP to, officials to be in office for 6 months. Now, who did after the campaign to win election be the president? Who did any day? Who want to mean baby? A quiet matter now. I've been in senior being an Russia, young gunner for Malam. Malam at Metron to about 70 lies. That means I can say, oh, 2024 is a very interesting year. The government says start 2024 and Christmas not for you. And I first as to Abe Singaton. Singaton. You did bring pa. You not say come there New Year by na. Shafala by. Over here Kukaton. And I made an idea. You are who are and creative. And I done we so attempt Dr. Baumia Liaton. UPSC. Also be breaking records Liaton will deal in less than 1.5 hours. Or to be live at 70 or breaking record at once. After the area so and this said MPP Communications started. So from now to December Jukaton. And that's Jukaton on I'm joking now. I'm for them that serious will even come to talk about peruse this document and talk about it. You come now. Oh no, Mampeni I bet the church say on what me create Juma 5 million jobs, okay. Yeah, 5 million jobs. No, on no kind 3 million jobs now be kind. And on the minister, you're inverting. Okay, so create 5 million jobs, 5.2 million jobs. And Mampeni I bet the spokesperson Dr. Gideon Baku, we are a church member. Minister Michelle Julian make us house chapel and central. Also, what I can say, on the creative was it 2.5 million jobs. Don't know. On my penny, the church also creative 1.2 million jobs. 2.1 million jobs.
2.1.
Masa, who should get a statistical service?
You know, was it the source of that information?
It's from snakes.
From snakes.
Can you imagine? Yes. I'm going to say that I'm going to follow Juma. Large for Juma. One was snake. One was snake. I'm going to register until you pick that data as listen.
No, let me give you. Sorry to come in. There are a lot of people that are employed at the private sector
that are on SNIT.
That are not on. They've not gone to SNIT to register.
Yeah.
So if SNIT comes in now with their sound policies and then we are aggressive, then the private people have employed a lot of people who are not registered with SNIT. They have been employed since 2000, 2004, 2010. Then now those people are going to SNIT. To go and formalize their document.
Yeah, sure.
That is not a new employment.
So you don't add that to
that is not a new employment. You cannot pick that document and say you have employed 2.1 million people.
And this is a PhD holder. Sorry, I'm not undermining his intelligence.
When the Statistical Services Department is there.
Yes,
when the Ministry of Employment is there.
Is there. So that's who constantly got picking data. And your data analysis and giving us data indices and statistics in this country. I'm sorry, but all I know, I didn't know. I often I make quiet. I mean, a man for kaka. No, in a human occasion, blow jobs. Blow jobs. There's no job. It's blow jobs. Okay. See, sometimes when a man and man swan, we don't even understand. Not knowing this man and his people are creating blow jobs. And that's where we are. There's no single job they've created. Look, I was a deputy director of youth employment at the national level, and the Mills Mahama administration. And I know much about the job creation. I have served under Mills, I've served under President Rollins, so the President John Dramani Mahama closely. And I know how we created jobs. I know how jobs are created. Oman created Jumabia. After the Obama Tina to pay such contractually. After also the Juman Kamo. None of them go for the same okay. Was it near to Bank of Ghana BO Jacob for Banase? Who are economic guru? You understand finance? We hear about Obi Samira Kurano, only them person. Sabi. Obaka. See, as an academician, Kurano, you know much about job, you know much about economics. And you would have done every economics. Most say they also would we are advancing the body. Sorry, Alaji. Malam Yasa. Malam Dianko Yasa. madam de okan Quran no a kire nkorofo Quran omonya sa enti Alhaji Bawumia just dwane na yeye me yapa Alhaji Bawumia say is not corrupt malam Alhaji Bawumia nya kroma na ewo Muslim me for ye mo fast we yan ko mo press alam for o mo banicha ala de banicha o mo ko wi am ko e kwa de subedi ma o mo didn't I know that we ask special prosecutor kura and that you mo what is it about enye ni kroma na PDS what change bank guarantee to insurance guarantee yen lose about 1.2 million 1.2 billion e wa kroma PDS kan nyina e wa e won ye edibo ye asema na edibo ye ka kire e wo wasa man penya bele chere o just cannot like feeling that butu bi banza o just can say all the continue person who na for $2,200,000 in family ene asem ba ya amo ayinedi yini ko mo o man penya ni nua no mo o man penya ni nua o man penya ni nua vice president e yejuma o man penya ni nua e wo minister of interior yejuma o man penya bele chere o man penya bele chere ni nua wo ni nua e chief accountant in Ghana National Service Secretariat ni nua ene na enadmu ena as a deputy director ena ni yeri papa wan onam Dubai anka o mampani John Dramani ma to kwankura ko Dubai o mpani ko fi Dubai we dey onam Dubai on Chile o so ya ambassador
ambassador
e think say o mampani be de chire so onye de onye corrupt when the instances e krom ha ya wo amprapo ko fa indict o mampani be de chire ni o mampani nyina after you can never and ever run away from another. You call the mess together. You call the mess together. You are with him. You are the one and another. You probably yabuna jabun se papa no wanu pa. Ayaba jabun so on the economy on the mupa na papa no kofa buy. No, it's a scam. What that papa na so much regret. Nti kana for the person kan. Omo se hey man ka. Ade we if I say Gabriel Chilako Kasonka, almost his own country, almost also even we politics no my day, Omajai. So this is where we are. Anti-immediate and try not to try. Me and Bommy who cross the National Identification Authority, NIA. Also on the NIA card, here and Mampani John Dramani Mahama, we registered and profiled about 1.4 million people on a NIA card. What better in your speech, you admit I said we printed 900 cars. What the meeting say? We printed 900 cars. I've been turning around say antis under your office and you try under Mampani John Dramani Mahama. Ni software no do to no. And na dey reason na dan kwa kofado. When you say all the cars are registered during Kufuor Mills Mahama time, it's still the screen card they are using. The only thing that changed because here time no, we are using fingernails and yet I'm printing.
Yeah. And
on mobile then we are using 10 for the foreigners. And to mobile and almost no, everybody's use 10 and we added only one software. Facial no use lashes. After the Ajuma Expo who saw the Jacobo ho. Aja bon ho eguso. Near another don't go for the year Kakawa Jabon ho. Near can only can for us and another go for Achadi. Also the only count. And your own driver's beat. You've messed this country up. You've destroyed the nation. Say, and you present kind be bia. Another thing. O man penya be jese betina direct PSA or UPSC. Or the total o man penya John Dramani Mahama Professor Joshua Labisi no. See, o man penya John Dramani Mahama nyahwe. But only the passport biometric passport na dey buy. Kwame. 2016 no a journalist one. That I even completed journalist school. My name is school. Hanatete airline e-passport. Ewo krum ha. MS started registration of passport online. Not just say you are not going to sell the forms anymore.
Yeah, it's there. You can check.
It is clearly there. We are not going to sell forms anymore. After that, which say, oh, I need say, who na with aba. And you krum ha. After another thing, or say, oh no, I mean, national identification, no, another time, young identity fraud. My God. Sir Reverend Father now, or Cathedral defense, I know. Reverend Kusi Boati. One change the day I hear Kusi, Reverend the NDA. What's Saturday? And on the identification, what
Reverend Edugenfi.
It's not identity fraud.
Yeah.
And it's not under your watch. Now on the Quran as America, what can some in the Quran and Saskana when I took on Mutu a cathedral. One can was 8 months or no bar cathedral. I said that's one can be moved. Say the Mikra man, the Min from Penguna, the home Kohoda, while President all Nusuan, presidential national limit no on presidency da and kono class oba he will not even try to do anything about a cathedral. What is all cast of about LGBTQ? Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
As a fragment, and at this time, LGBTQ, President John Dramani
making a stand.
Yes, I'm making a stand that. What was your stand about LGBTQ?
I agree.
You should tell us what you have about LGBTQ. You see, we are a serious country. Maybe a grown idea. And you have found a show on your portrait.
Okay.
The mercy has caused. You tell me, John Dramani, Mama, Nama, what's the hospitals? The bank hospital, the maritime hospital, the regional hospital, regional hospital, Solar hospital. We call all the this is we should for Solar road. President John Dramani Mama say and contact Pasadamanko road. We should like Payile Banda to Kachi road. President John Dramani Mama see roads. Tell me President John Dramani Mama build the airport. We should the airport or build the terminal 3. Hospital airport. We call the Tamale International Airport. Kumasi Airport. Na President John Dramani Mama say we should be based on Kotokoba market. We should be based on KJTM market, Asawasi market. President John Dramani Mama say we call the Afari Hospital. $200 million Kumawu water project. Yes, see. And no more here na President John Dramani Mama say also incompetent. And na di waba di ye hu ni say wo any boss. I will also come pa. You say the agents are 2 hours on Mudia. A 2 akasi, Omudia, 2 akasi, Omudia. No, what could you do? Omudi to only enough of Musi, Omoba, mission 2.5. Satuano. You are Satuano Giano. Maybe the America. Ilevia Mampina or Mampina, just on Cahono. Now, Ilevia, Tamana, or Chase Remains about in the birthday. Oka Kati, cake, no. Tamana birthday boy, Eddie cake in the Vienna. On one of this second, and then Samina I did take. Now, what Daniel was illegal, Baba Bolison Cajon. Maybe say a good news also Baba Bolison, but much better show. As chairman of economic EMT, as chairman of police council and the vice president of the Republic of Ghana, commander in chief. Now, what the commander in chief of Mampeni no one say the affairs of this country. The Mepano show. Mimi illegal transfer now, Mimi here no. So won't say yet because a month for Abu Parliament. Yet the place I come from man for Amanonia, but some passing illegal. Yet the ambulance I bet see what identity man for nose marks are. I must say I just have a business and just for. On the Bantu Mepano. So 11 also obey Yafi what they are. Mimi 11 scanner meteor, Chobo now, Mutia, for my dear money. Right. You can never run away from the mess. You are part of the mess and don't leave another alone. And another don't let that man leave you alone. Drag him along. You are called the mess together. And Omampeni John Dramani Mama Bay with a 24-hour economy. All winning the try. Yeah, Bobo, you know, here. And the Omampeni John Dramani have a solution. And so you can hear solution water. It just level some few days. For seniors will go home, and when they go home, they'll come no more.
But I say, Richard, Michael Suffolk Antanka with Afafranto, the movement for change. Mike Akaba. Yambo Sam so shows UTAB abolition of e-levy, emission tax, national service, and mandatory, and all that. Why didn't you remember me?
But that's it. I'm saying no much. My brothers, I mean, no more shower. 24-hour economy for. No more chair with tier 4. I'm a chair. You're pneumonia for Alan Quajocha Martin. John. What John? Yes. Yeah. What's in the West was say Ghana for a brand divisive politics that you're practicing over the years. Or the in Kaboma Baeba.
But so basically, and also he's part of the economic mess because he's been the trade minister for since President Tekufora came into power.
There's nothing like collective responsibility in government.
I'm not me from too. I can tell you categorically. Say Alan Kojo Chiramanti, almost the 2 ministers of trade. Almost 3 deputies and Machino. They didn't even allow that man to work.
I didn't know what resigned.
That is, yes.
I disagree with you.
Yes,
of course.
I disagree.
No, but he resigned.
He should have resigned. He resigned only to go. Of course. He enjoyed.
Time no more, no. And this is for me.
Budget was mommy.
Yeah. Into my area, no, na. Obey Alan Chamatia. ubesua nneɛma bebree na deɛ me mesua paa wɔ papa ne ho ne sɛ ɔyɛ obi a believe in systems thinking, systems and structures working. Nti oka sɛ oh adenti na papa yi onim sɛ aban koye na ɔtena mu a na kyerɛ sɛ onim papa no sɛ ne nnwuma sitie ɔnyɛ ne nneɛma basabasa sɛ bi odi mmara so ɔyɛ mmaranimfoɔ so deɛ na ɔyɛ ne sɛ onim sɛ nhyehyɛeɛ wɔ hɔ sɛ na meka systems ne structures no sɛ Akufo-Addo amamuo no ɛwɔm sɛ ne nkoye ɛwɔm sɛ allocations a yɛde ma ne ministry nyinaa na ɛnyɛ mmoa yɛsɛ about 70 million every month at the support internship program be a friend and NAPCO na edu 1D 1F ɛho asɛm de areho ɛno na edi bi enjuma ma mbabunu na nya bi ayɛ no international sɛ ohwa papa no no na ni da so sɛ enya den a enchenche wɔ nafe that the lumba na bɔ ne nyum emre beba delegates bɛkɔ akɔto abayi leader foforo a party na odi etwe no odi na ni onyam beta etwe no which was founded on certain ideals be to say fairness, probity, accountability. Sane man no Jesus anhyehyɛ na besa akoso. But ye kwato delegates abano hu de ehya ase ska omotu ase yemfanya album ho adwuma na mo exhibit ni nyina omo anye. It is at that point no there untumi ka se onkoso antenem sa point no free mu no. But say owa aban mu onim so obetumi di ne nyansa ene ne nimdie ene ne connections, international connections apre enema bagana because 1D 1F na at the end of the day even though we nya executive support no as much as he needed otumi de ono ne nyansa ne private connections to international community no etumi ye de ndwuma bebree bai with Sana Mibrai or a very wrong information about one district, one factory, but me call her later.
Okay.
Alan Ninya no the pre-Buankra project, yeah, and when your partners are on board, even the South Korean government, when you're ready, say, Onyabe president and and that is going to be the biggest industrial
those investors couldn't help when he was a trade minister.
I don't understand your question.
So we say Nkofa on board. I mean, they are willing to, of course.
Yes.
I'm asking Abraham no a trade minister. Those investors couldn't come to
to revamp trade minister no onyasa or try proposals nyasa investors.
And they couldn't come until he moved from the party.
How are you understanding what I'm saying?
Okay.
Omo buy time on the time no winning investors no that's what I say.
Okay.
Into over free so now when you investors dada man for one mobile supportive project no in fact feasibility studies will be go through.
Okay.
It is just a matter of hitting the ground running and now we're free hoy into papa no yo be a Ghana your politics no ya the pump ni pama money attitude into sure many penny for bebre private sector any development field no share for Ghana for bebre omo there at the international stage ono omo kasa omo they are not interested in the local politics. Private businessmen bebre omo betumi abeboa your local politics no omo nya interested any ejama omo need nothing to show oni pano to say omo brebia sebi o oni hwe de be chere say yemano ekwan obetumi aye yemano budget say obetumi handle yemano nipadom say on taking public policy I be affect your my brother obetumi aye sankofo no na enam say omo anu edentini akoto aba momo akaye then na 1994 way back in 94 Time magazine international reputable agency no more share 100 global leaders for the new millennium. Yebo Condoleezza Rice, yebo John F. Kennedy, yebo Alan Kojo Martin, yebo Bill Gates on the computer by. Ni na mo ye because of inyuma na papa na starting here at the United Nations level and at the international stage. Just say amansa bata ni kwe who say papa no he stands for something. Yeah, na man for Jane say MPP ne make here Alan Martin enya no kweda. Alan Alan was Alan before he came to join the MPP based on the vision so person of Ghana mind. So vision no na ma or the buy I'm for say one resigning term one resign. I know the Okasa is neither here nor there.
Okay,
his allegiance was first to the Ghanaian people.
Right.
I was saying to me dissolving all this that.
But
waste time on.
So let's get into specifics.
And make a call because my main card here and I mean exactly. Comedy no mean it's a drain on the brain. Seriously. Me call set no busa me ba o mi ansem obi abetche kwan obefa so abi enjuma ma Ghana for me nia omo apanyi ba ko na ede omo summary ne send me oba o mi office summary way nti under job creation we am sha mamu we bullet of all the issues and what he plans to do baby enjuma ma Ghana mabunu nya binye amafo asua all kinds of subjects near they are graduating. Oh, see, this is his master approach to creating jobs in Ghana. Collaboration with the private sector. We will train in collaboration with the private sector. We will train at least 1 million youth in IT skills, including software developers, to provide job opportunities worldwide. But omia kwanya odi baby ejuma ama nipa na wakosia plumbing, wakosia anything architecture, nipa na wakosia administrative courses, wakosia development courses, wakosia science, biology ni sa nema nyina osimu nyina de wakosia nyina ne sebi o yen kwasa sem osemu kosia IT. You see, Yoruba omia is cut off from reality. Na madam for bako ke for you say papa no dem say your trauma no abekan on one kasa na o kan na me say on tiase. He is cut off from reality. Development is in stages. Where one of the fundamental truths I always see as a development student. Akwala also real answer na wanante answer no wetumrika. America by America and almost chatting all this artificial intelligence IT sophisticated advancements it is because they got the fundamentals right. What is the fundamental? And no na yera lanchema say a rapid industrial regime, one backed by full executive support, and yet the Ekufado Neba Omia Bema lip service to Ghana as a meba will create rapid industrialization. Baby, I say na Odikobie Napco because the Hona said Bioscano among for Benya Biedi. Mini about Omia say Minina and a sopoku boy numbi. Obama me be few seconds. I remember na etie phone tie. Ba Omia say Minina and a summary ne ubusa me de minka any.
Okay.
Sauti okwatre kwase obema ontoma obi so obema owie pa so nipa na wie uba ye Akufo-Addo ma yete asese yini anyina ye MPP4 yenim se Akufo-Addo se bi o onim sikasem toto ye o yemfa ne se wa bon wo
sikasem ntino do bae
and odo bae na ye nyina ye just na obe herald this economic way no theory na ebe solve Ghana economic problems nyina iko we I say no ekosi say o man na bubu sustainable unsustainable debt besiani ebo na besiano obosa na auditia emoluments auditia enema ya ignore productive sectors not to say a great inputs nema ebe boa ama ekwan akoso ama enjuma abagana emabuni yi dwane kwa abroche ekoye care jobs, cleaning jobs, all kinds of menial jobs because any that's one ho na wo wie a wetwa wo abeka kye say skasem na ye de share won sa no Akufo-Addo ka kye Ghana man nyina say this man Mahmoud Bawumia, he is then in economics or Babayano. What to actually baby? And now we'll kasa about efficiency using digital platforms, digital tools. Now mucho future go Ghana for any. Mucho mucho cliche. Mucho cliche between about digitization, digital man. Maybe someone said there any digitization. Oh, there any digital man. Yes, I say, oh, you're insulting our intelligence. Who did Ghana for them? Before say America by America, no, they had to do what we call the Boston Industrial Drive. Also, Sisi Njuma, about free Ireland potato diseases by Omoko New England, Air Boston, Massachusetts. You know, Omoko say Omuhia railways, Omuhia Njuma. This is the basics of development. I was say, oh, there were building blocks there you just can't ignore. IT becomes a soft power which drives efficiency, productivity. Na base nini ho unisa foundation no. Unsi da o se me ka ko wire. Na wire no de be fa him. Me ye project bi. Me ka cho mo say adan na mo ma yenye efeni saying ceiling. Ansana ya tiles because so tiles carpenter for buy be your way. Say dey bi yenye ceiling na ansana ye bi anduane bi be free so abebo from na pie tiles no na dey. I was say ye we ansana wiring so bibia wo ni stage to me free class 1 so JSS 2. I was say see factories and mebno so munya adwuma ye ansana by almost skills no so person we enhance productivity we could introduce artificial intelligence na digital mainstreaming aba unye we nyina just say you are cut off from reality unim de okeka sebi o unim de okeka ba o me enim de okeka na mitien nsam na ehye mebufu pa nti ya me mpese me pay so much attention to it because at the end of the day you are the second gentleman of the land. And even though Bugana for any tia almost share before no, I was say to me, Eshana you manage how we comment around.
But you're not now this year, mommy.
Me that say, intimate. Alana Chesa a practical economist. Oshe enema over the past week a national economic summit offer a titu oma ye dread the same year sikasem si won nice so some buy and ne ade friend GTP no as a working document na yem fan ho ekwan ye sikasem ye besesa no even before so be president kwa wa say or a man of consensus into yourself as you build a government around national consensus and only national development plan into now GTP na say look enyama 9 year me bebu boss ye sha Ghana besesa e be the first one we see macro economy now see ye hwe na e stable enye dey ba o me amu pay lip service no there are practical things to do o say mrene want me to second industrialization third I say if be new agric revolution ye besesa kuya na ma ekuafo ni obi a owo agric value chain nimbia no obenya kuya ho mfaso finally tourism you pay lip service to tourism no you be taking integrated approach with using tourism investments and strengthening local government local management around tourist sites na to me the assessa o man no obi anya o man so mfaso it me na minim na and this for mo ya mienu de we kan na we ka to some just over my me time kakra na my boxing 7 na
emre so kopa yeah ka say my courage my member on
courage my me rebata kakra courage ne 1D 1F no to fucho kakra go Ghana for me. Yeah, so I say almost see warehouses na minia enya no kre.
My brother.
Now companies are ready and fully in operation 126. So yes, a government company. A private sector led initiative.
Michael. So
but they needed various investments, and a friend enabling environment. Internal government creating more.
Okay. So Mike, that was not the definition for the one district one factory.
I'm speaking to.
No, but that's it.
No.
One district one factory.
How many factories now government are building from the scratch?
The scratch?
Yes.
No, but you see,
it's only one.
I can't answer that.
That's
I can't answer that.
Tell us that's fine. Yeah. Tell me just fine.
Maybe. No, mean to me.
Because
I means I have to go into this.
I can
make this very important.
Apart from the Confidiano,
yeah,
most of them, and I say all of them, they are carrying near buying a boy.
The reason behind one district, one factory was to decentralize industrialization.
Well, it was a perfect idea. Nobody had this
Ghana factory happening in Tema. Production BBA and normal cut at the core other parts. But the way I am strategically,
when you come back to you can answer that.
Planting factories now across the country.
I refer to this document, Baumia, the speech you made.
I don't know why we have so much time on Baumia. Seriously,
on this document, sir.
Let's afford per alternative.
Let's move on. Please, let's move on. Let's move on.
24 hours.
Before you can't who is alternative, you need to punch holes in the wrong things about
punching holes in
the one who is seeking to lead this country, the one who is telling us that I was just a mate. Now give me the steer and I'll steer it as a country. We have to let Ghanaians. We can't just say that we don't waste time on him. We were in this country 2015-16. He did the same thing, deceived the youth, and came to power. So we cannot sit down for this man again to come here and that Ghana for was starting with the so-called lecturers, doing all these things, and he will see some gullible Ghanaians who fall to it. So we will not do that. We need to let Ghanaians know that the man Baumia is a fraud. The man Baumia was not credible. The man Baumia is a hypocrite. The man Baumia cannot be trusted. The same man who promised several things to Ghanaians that we will move this country from taxation to production, and then we are being bombarded with taxes all over the country. This is the same man who stood on the grounds of Cape Coast and told them that the people of Cape Coast be happy. I am bringing you airports.
I have good news for you.
You know
where is the airport? This is the same man who said I'm building a seaport in Cape Coast.
Concrete roads.
Where is the seaport in Cape Coast? So we need to expose some of these things for the Ghanaians to know that this man is not credible. Whatever he's telling you, just as your own song, play it right now. That what he cross your mount to man. Your car 2016. So that this time round, whatever he's coming to say, we will scrutinize it, we expose him, and let Ghanaians vote right. That's what we are doing. So it's important. So very, very important. If I told you, so very, very important. Say about exposing. Okay, the issue of I'll make national service not compulsory. It's a lie. He just want to put his people chronics national service. Some people say from school direct, then they'll go and fix their children at Bank of Ghana, SNID, and the very juicy places. That's all they want to do.
It's all
they want to do.
It's an act of parliament
like that. Baumia,
really?
Look.
Which one?
National service. It's an act.
Let me tell you.
My head to live your 40 years and you choose not to do that one.
Let me tell you something. Papa Naoka, the Baumia Naoka, say, Oberani slim government, which will be 50 ministers.
Yeah, not more than 50
As
ministers.
we speak right now, do you know that in the office of the vice president, we have 250 staffers?
Yeah, I made an argument.
250 staffers.
Yes.
So if you want to run a slim government,
begin from your house. Yeah.
Start it down. No. Etina, Monday, Baumia should sack everybody in the office and keep only 20 people.
Because he's not doing anything there.
He should sack everybody and keep only 20. Then we will believe him that indeed if he comes to power, he will run a lean government of 20
because
people.
You told her that your office, you are not doing anything. When you're sure,
so why are you
why do you keep that large number there?
That is why I'm telling you the Baumia is a fraud. Why you trickster? Why you hypocrite? If this is to be an Arab country, they will stone Baumia to death. He has no credibility. He cannot lead this country. No way. We should not allow him to treat Ghanaians again. Look, having said that, let me go to some of the 60 policy documents or 60 policies that John Mahama Ediba, His Excellency John Mahama Ediba, that when he took over this country, by the grace of God, Ghana for the Amman Weshen Insa on the 7th December, on the 5th, on the 7th of January, Yeswani Ina, he will kick this country running straight away. One of the flagship program Odibano is a 24-hour economy to transform the entire economic of this country, to create jobs, okay, increase productivity, efficiency in the whole country. This one will reduce crime. This one will create jobs. This one will let the economy grow. That is a 24-hour economy. That is one of the things we are bringing on board. Very, very important. The second thing is that government, Papa John Mahama Sodiban, obe prioritizing local participation in banking and finance. Some time ago, before we will leave office, we had Ghanaians who owns banks.
Yeah, indigenous banks.
Indigenous banks, like the UT Bank, like the Capital Bank,
Unibank, Heritage Bank.
Heritage Bank. These were all Ghanaians owned bank.
Yeah.
And we are jealousy. And he bring and I can because he doesn't want competition. He collapsed his banks. Look at GN Bank. GN Bank because my village, GN Bank, if drive from here to Angloga, if for nothing at all, we meet GM Bank, no less than 20 on the way.
Yeah.
Security men were employed. Cleaners were employed. Secretaries were employed.
Yeah.
All these people lost their job. And the structure is all lying in the bushes all over.
Yeah.
So, Yeka said, we will restore these things. We will build business people. Ghanaians businessmen. Go all over this country. All the high-rise structures you see, they are not Ghanaians. They are foreigners. The foreigners have taken over the economy. Just as we deliberately built Ghanaian businessmen in the pharmaceutical industry, we are going to do the same thing again. So that some of these banks will come back. You could have, resourced these banks and change management. That is common sense. You see, you what do? Remove the management from there. Let Bank of Ghana take over the management of the banks and resource it again.
Because Sika Yedi Gu no is more than the money the banks needed.
We use 21 billion.
You use 25 billion to collapse something that could have been sustained with 9 billion. So we are saying that when we come back, we are going to do that. Another thing we said we are going to do is that from Kwame Nkrumah's time, go around the whole country. There are projects that have been abandoned. Kwame Nkrumah na yeye, yen fire sanka. Achampo na yeye, yen fire sanka. Ronlis na yeye, yen fire sanka. Kufuor na yeye, yen fire sanka. Even E-blocks, some of them are all over. Go to Achanjo region, Western region, Northern region, hospital that we started, they are all lying in the bushes. And you say you are doing Agenda 111. We are saying that part of our program, page 7, Agenda 7. Yes, see.
Policy 7.
Policy 7. Yes, see. Complete all abandoned projects. Nkrumah na yeyo, Champo na yeyo, Mills na yeyo. Why na yeyo? It's a tax-paying money. Taxes and the go to Chrome and the Ajatu bushes no more. We are not starting any new projects unless it's of national or emergency. We are going to complete all these projects We are going to complete all of them. That is one of our policy at Yediba. Then another policy number 9. We have been in government before. His Excellency John Mahama has been in government before. He's not new to Ghana or in the corners of this country. Or see, I have gone back, I've sat down as a human being, I've seen my mistakes. When I come back, I'm going to run a very lean government, the leanest government, with very, very limited ministers. Also, you see, only 60 ministers to run the government. That's one of the policy we are going to run. Another policy I did say we abolish
for the sake of time, in
fact, we have about 60 policies. Yediba on board. I think time will be alive one day. Yebeka and go through all these good policies. Yera, John Mahama, Ediba. This man meant well for this country. Mestre Ghana for. This is a fine opportunity to give this man back the country to govern. Inflation will go down as it was under this man. How much were you buying fuel? How much were you renting? How much were you buying common things such as Gary, such as KK, such as Banku Crampo, such as Pepsodent? The basic day-to-day things now you're using. How much were you buying them? How much are you buying it now? If you were a worker under Mahama, out in Medina, how much were you paying as transport? How much are you paying now?
Yeah.
Young fact Ghana is the same view. Obey any ye. Adi o masay no ye konfo obi a onim governance onim hwe who konfa no ebe to ade we so. He has no knowledge, he's clueless, he cannot manage it. Mahama will be able to manage it better.
But I say, Michael, my main Sambra on I'm up here now me conclude with Richard.
What I say?
Well, just 1 minute here.
1 minute. Okay, and 1 minute them the hear them in.
But what done when it me was a sports for regional.
Mr. Ghana for say yen share mama yen tie message na keke. Yen share nipa ne de why pain. Any de obetumi aye. Na yen share aban omo mo yi omo ho adi ozo mpese omo di aban ni nyina no. Yen share nipa no. Ansem na o kan o dwen ho a nipa no ogina ho no obetumi aye ana. You know, ne document or there to on o vet o read ya o can kan mo atum se nipa no e ya there no kre no there na de bia na da na o mo de da any bi na ye da because Alan no oh my be document no in details 1D 1F no I say me share with you. There were so many fresh factories are in operational. To say na me check Ashanti region be new. And there were existing ones are one juma. And running to me. Until your best stress a move away from Sadiopoli no MPP NDC. Your one a IMF 17 times. Oh, yeah, pay. You see, IMF need the year background 0. At the year bad debt sustainable levels. I was seeing your beer and the programs able to me at the court transformation level. Like ANSAH call IMF BM. Mahama ebe free so the IMF. Ekufa do be free so the IMF. Mini anon bawo mian to me boy and you only be here free IMF. Alan na the program about or say or the be transform economy. Ye man the kwan na mbabu no ye hu say ye mreni ye sesa Ghana na ye nko ye ni.
But I say Richard, quick one.
Yeah, kwedi dey make can say. I will say me call it camp bank and same thing. Mama me on pay. Just of recent na me back room na ope bia ho no.
Yeah.
And I a young, nice, beautiful, intelligent lady me engage no. Oton atadwe tiger nut. O say obi mba no moton atadwe ni ado fe na crime kote. Yeah, and maybe say now the young girl they know also a real investor of Ghana. Yes, no ye Juma UT Bank Tele 3.
Wow.
And omobe good bank no. Then I really no. Try me look see because of I come out Ghana. I won't trade. Oh, say any man on motorcycle mujina osu first and I don't know 11 12 1 no mo akwa something. Okay. And then bought 1 o'clock we are ketekete
because I'm not chimba be you
yes
dan corona
yankwana we are ketekete no mo I won't trade Wow. So with the 24-hour economy, no, we stabilize this. And people don't know. Right? We have Juma 24-hour economy. We have Juma ya. Mas on try drinking sport. Why busy? Why busy? On ko no musanya kidney problem. On ko no musanya liver problem. On ko crime prone area. And I say, who ko 24-hour economy? On ko transfer them so 24 hours of power. And now pay Juma. So there will be stabilization of economy in this country. And the end of say about is holding the medal of Liathon. I'm in Newcastle about this time. And the Munchango. On Ampani John Dramani Mahama. Share Ghana for Munya, but Muntini Papa Nakamuna now Brazil. The Ghana had ye, may GDP say, come January 2025, 7th. You're free independence square back. Now with our lane government episode running, with a policy and program, sister policies are ready back. And you need the manifesto they come Juma Baba Okromano. Nina. But catch your pass December 2025. Unto ko be better punching at the Christmas.
But I say.
They see the second thief, the second criminal, second saboteur. Inti Ekufuado behavior clearly should tell you. Tama and Nkrumah Epe independence. JB Dankwa was the one thwarting on my way efforts to get our independence. So yankai Mama brofunu ngok kakra na yen serve as intermediaries between Ghana for and abrofuno inti ye governors na ye jinkra ye dia cooperating enu o makodwene ho ni abeka de broni so kan akere mo Nkrumah say no self reliance now, we don't need them, let them go. Nkrumah si vaku na JB Dankwa kromfo no na wonamase Nkrumah si akoso modam JB Dankwa kromfo no na wonamase Nkrumah si motorway Black Star Line JB Dankwa kromfo no na wonamase ebino no atame zomama esi ayi ye friend say atoabo gas na kromfo Akufo-Addo no na wonamase enye omusi eye UGMC na kromfo Akufo-Addo ne MPP fo no enye UGMC hospital enye omusi Ga West hospital enye Bank of Ghana hospital enye Bokom Emporium enye what was so from eye the next page after the overview, they talk about data bank. Data bank financial services has been playing the role of transaction advisor in major government deals, while the enterprise group is the main insurer of government assets. A fact. Me pacho say Ghana ha ye wo say no SIC egu state insurance company egu enterprise group and a main insurer for government agencies, departments, ministries, assets. Enterprise group eye kenoforiata dia. Data bank major government deals. Data bank engage them as transaction advisors. They take their way minority na kasa me pacho document we NHS Air Force. Is it not the role enterprise group is playing in your economic sector. Me pacho enya no kre. The raw data bank a play enya no kre. And the na ma document we Air Force. Document we the na man Air Force. Okay. Our international proxies are also playing their parts in accordance with our broad objectives. The insertion of kernel GVG into the telecommunications space and the implementation of Unipass at Ghana's key entry points are other notable successes of phase 1. Me pacho Unipass issue now. That corrupt, fraudulent Unipass deal. Ewo Ghana port. Me pacho Ghana for esi ana ensi ye. Edawa na se enaho. Kani GVG eya wo mo fa so wi $7 million. Eslo usu. Ekwa wi aso mo so mo chema se NDC fo bi nya bi o se de yo. Me I don't know. But the Kani GVG Unipass involvement eye Ghana ni bia nim sam enti e de na ma document we eye document a Air Force enya nkure otu aso say the digitization of payment process through the implementation of the Ghana Quick Response Codes Ghana QR is progressing steadily and is getting impetus from the desires of banks to entrench digital banking in response to COVID-19. The Japan Royalty Special Purpose Vehicle implementation has been slowed by COVID-19, but it's one that must not be allowed to fail. So now, a Japan royalties. Mokai say Japan royalties issue nusu unity. Samokai yantam or minor agudie. Anfanko si awrwa. No munyi hu sika ketwa bi. Say $500 million. Na kwase bi mefa ya agudie nyina nko because sa akromfo we led by Kufado Bawumia person will render this country a poor country. Ogboro says, Bobie, enterprise insurance has taken over the private sector too. They came to my school some months ago to insure my teachers and I sacked them. Well, let me know school more. Notable setbacks occurred in the power sector. As civil society and the opposition entities were able to galvanize enough public opinion against the renegotiation and merit deal and the power distribution services PDS takeover of the Electricity Company of Ghana. The takeover of Kotoka International Airport by the use of management agreement is also one that is facing considerable headwinds from the workers. The lessons learned from this must guide our execution of phase 2 of the economic and financial sector agenda. These are vital assets that we must pursue in phase 2. Our media and public relations wing must strategize to control the public discourse to ensure successful acquisition of these assets. So in their first 4 years, it was phase 1 now. Phase 1 would describe it for the first 4 years. In the first 4 years, no one to me and grab on your money. But then they need to have a new strategy, a new plan. The phase 2, no. A year, 4 more for Nanano. After a year, 4 more for Nananum. So, phase 2. This stage is scheduled to commence from January 2021, given the high likelihood of Ghanaians giving Nana another term to govern this country. This phase would consolidate. So, going to 2020, they know. Said now a cab fee. It's document way, a day in a woman. A ma document way, see what Ghana ha, a ma document way, a fraudulent document. Tell me, 2020, your brother America Kufa do lose. 2020, even what happened in Parliament was a clear signal. The stage is scheduled to commence from January 2021, given the high likelihood of Ghanaians giving another attempt to govern this country. This phase will consolidate the gains made in the banking, insurance, and capital markets sector. It will also see to the taking of significant stakes in mining, oil, and gas, telecommunication, as well as marine and aviation, the area of general manufacturing and commerce, which was not part of phase 1, has been introduced here. Back. Also, this phase will consolidate the gains made in the banking, insurance, and capital market. That's the financial service sector. It will also see to the taking of a significant stakes in mining. Inti yenyusu abujina poni yankoye community mining na ya siasi abeya ejapa royalties na mosemo mayanya ye befa kwaye befa so atu gold ne eniema no e de adwane afiri o man wem inti yemfa abujina po osano de right ketwa no Samuel Jinapo ya kyerɛ no krono bɔ nti yɛmfa ɔno ne yɛnyusu no community mining but yɛya ne yɛtu adeɛ no ne yɛde adwane afiri Ghana ha oil and gas normal tiasim on sɛ ayi yɛfrɛ no sɛ tɔ say oma kofa nkrofo aba instead say ombe revamp no they are bringing in people ebie a private a crude refinery companies to no Kwame Nkrumah yesi ye ho no President Mills President Mahama baye through a wadako pagya to esi ho say they are bringing in private companies, refining crude. And they have now privatized TOR. And Obidia Banu gold for oil. Sani ama when now a document we mo. Sani ama when now a document we. Jerry say, look, Bobie, the Japanese document is a Kufado's playbook. Look at SMLGRA now taking over upstream oil and petroleum sector and also gold. These guys will face the anger of the people after they exit office. Yes. Voila. Go for a Dutch back or Germany question. Not tourists. How can a private company, SML, take over a Juma and Kesa GRA, any MPA for ye, and the oil industry, but the SML are here, and Yakufado cousin, and yeah. Into phase 2 from 2021, and Yema Omo execute no take over. Yemura oil and gas industry more, they are doing it. Telecommunications, marine and aviation. Me pacho mo from information bra omu ra every sector omu dominate be bia tio the area of general manufacturing and commerce, which was not part of the phase 1, has been introduced here. Manufacturing and commerce. Eyada na me kofa niema ba. Ye say yemfa bill enko to parliament. Eni se me pese me kofa niema e se me ko hunu ayi Jimini ti se ayi ketiamo. Na ono akyere me quantity ni niema metimi afa e de aba oman no mu. Ompeso mo yire system no omo renda obia hiani na obia akọ mo akọ sresre kwasiafoɔ saa. Now with the banking, insurance and capital market, that's the financial sector. Or say, control of this vital area will need to be expanded from a 2-tier system to 3 tiers. Consequently, the strategies to be deployed in each of the subsectors will be along the lines of mother, that's the supervisory, biological children, direct control, and adopted children, indirect control. So you know the mother serpent. Then the children also taking over. Or Baba Church, the banking sector, no mother no more. Oriakwaba. Okay, so we are going. But oh, phone so.
My phone so, but we.
Okay. No, we me ya de kosa ya ne de kosa.
Boss me comedy can say. Baby I shall and this is level elections no. We say me bana me too.
Yeah.
We had shall and me be cow. Last week na me can NDC for asem.
Yeah.
Me can me the two na de atoa. Me the two na de atoa. When I was telling you catch the Ghana for nyina so omo ye adwuma pa. Won some can last week ene ne no. Okabo mu a.
Ogusu yo.
Okabo mu a. And Tasumu.
Ogusu ye.
Seven the chassis.
And area Japade.
You really can't see Nanas and you hear the giant mother.
Okay, so the banking, mother. Control of the mother is essential to control the industry. That's the banking sector, right? Maybe I send the document number. What's the name? Very good. So far, the head of the mother and his first deputy are strongly aligned to our cause. They are from our compound, and we perceive no threat from these two. The second deputy appeases the agenda advocate, and is also not a source of discomfort. In this vein, there is no need for changes in those places. It is however noted that the head is likely to reach. So it goes now. The mother, what you say?
That's the Bank of Ghana.
That's the Bank of Ghana. Yeah. The biological children, so what you say?
Deputies.
Then Yambo Adebisu under the biological children, so Essie. Oh. And I read, these are banks in which we should have controlling interest. The collapse of local banks with ties to the opposition NDC and other rival political factions during the cleanup operations undertaken by the mother was a resounding success. It facilitated the flow of substantial financial resources into our war fund through backflow of some of the advertised cleanup costs. The NDC has been poor, incoherently and consistently demanding detailed accountability and audit of the funds spent. True or false?
True.
That's right. The process, the process further led to the establishment of Consolidated Bank Ghana. True or false? Currently, a wholly owned government of Ghana Bank and our proxies are well placed to take controlling interest when the bank is eventually returned to private ownership. And I think they have started the process.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so many say,
they have started the process.
Yeah, they know. Dr. Papa was in the Virgin Bank. You do for Virgin Banks.
Okay. So now we know the bank, the mother, the biological children, and communities. Issues about ABSA is here. EcoBank. Nina ewa hase. Okay, insurance ewa. Issues about adopted children. Said ye omono ednbe. But yen dealing with mining, oil and gas industry. That is 1.43 mpacho mining, oil and gas industry. Okay, so our mining as well as oil and gas strategies constitute a major plank of the blueprint for controlling the extraction of natural resources which God has generously bestowed on Ghana, particularly the Achim land. Oh, Kasiasem, Jimmy. Growing environmental factors are rendering risky our use of illegal small-scale mining galamsey as a source of financing our political objectives. There is therefore the need to roll out a more rigorous legal means of controlling significant stake in the legal gold value chain. Yenne mo the community mining no day. To this end, a cursory look at the approved concessions should be looked at. Asante Bediato is to lead the process to take over these concessions detailed below and consolidate them into the extended Ejapa LLC, incorporated in Jersey. So they have the companies, groups, enterprises qualified to operate here. Oko, Ashanti region, company Kalim Abdullahi Concentration Enterprise, they are there. Develop Peace Mining Enterprise, Omo Amansia West, Achman Ponwa, Bentes Enterprise, they are there. Oko Central Region, Upper Denchira. Companies noa ewo ahanyina omo ye adwuma. They have given them license and they are working effectively. All these companies, they are there. Document way bibia nwe wo mu a eyentro. So omalistic companies no bebre amase west okrampo de womo ye ho se ojafadum no bebre. All these companies, Cobra Gold Mining Company, Rosda Enterprise, their mining group, Omunina, they are there. Now, Oba Bedru issues about funds, about telecommunication, and yanya no sisi ampacho yembi ono sisi a akonta mining one telecommunication. Also, we currently do not have much foothold in this sector. The critical role that telecom companies play in the lives and economic fortunes of this country require us to make a strong entry into the sector. The successful planting of Kearney GVG into the telecom sector has given us unparalleled advantage in terms of having a view of activity flow within the sector and the ability to monitor communication of persons of our choosing. The intelligence monitor communication of persons. Okay, the intelligence gathering power allows us to target and eliminate any potential threat from within the MPP, particularly those not inherently loyal to our cause, and nanas, which include members of the opposition NDC. Say mimi there, minimum ka say mimi Facebook. Wamuna e control mi Facebook o. Enti na mimi mayaba nche mi account. Ana se enkomo so na ombetie se mimi enkomo na ombetie dia. Mimi enkomo yi. Eya me ne mo adwuma yi a. Adwuma yi aga bi ne akufu adum yi ya. E won komo entu dia utie bia. Adwadi fo nkomo. Ana mimi die bi ni nkomo fufuro bia na me production team nkomo a yedie na nkoda ne kakra bi so nkomo kakra bi asa mimi ni nkomo bia bi o de mbetie bia no adwadi a me ne mo eye mo yeso de mo amoni tia Zion fo nkomodie mudibi bo ye Zionist fo mo tebe pono so asori aye koi mukobi wo awurade anim a mukoi ye anim nyina ti se me ko awurade anim na betie me awurade anim ko enkomode a yane de no problem because minu mienu nyanya me ne boye ho ban ti se betie ye awurade ya me ko nanim nkomo na hopeso otia go ahead and listen na bo se me ni awurade so kasa ya oda ne ho adi said oda ne ho adi kire mo no da ne ho adi ediche komo fufuro bia ni ho bio komo fufuro bia eni wa beti but they are using it to monitor their opponents. They are using it to monitor their opponents into omo ateki a yes center stage omo ateki control hwɛ ɔmo wie no saa de we taking control of telecommunication sector no ade the babeni start from the political terrain. Point 2, the political terrain. And minya meye we ni mawa then major amount na dia ye we no ani aba be district assembly there no quick. The political terrain. Pacho obi a ofolo bi anyi document na o say as we make the final push for the EC registration, it is important to roll out our final onslaught to ensure that NDC eventually becomes a French party. Whereas we do not expect the Electoral Commissioner herself to blatantly cripple the NDC, we could deploy the other non-EC functions, such as the need to maintain law and order, using our people within the security agencies to frustrate NDC supporters from either registering or voting. Brian Champon will be key in this endeavor. Epacho Esiana NC. Esiana NC. Enti. Enye se omo nkrofo a womo ewo system no mu nko a they are also buying NDC omo kura ya dimbe kura mde mo renegades are they renegades saboteurs what that they can buy them into they say almost since printing press and almost printing ebinum newspapers directing them how to what to put on the front page and what not to put exactly discuss into NDC paper bi and your sojo mahama mu a wo form omu yusu samia okunum and they atwen saafo no almost as no 10,000 Ghana a month. You are selling your conscience for 10,000 Ghana. Where Jimmy Abodam. So now the issue Atamios wohono. Now the issue no say ope Ghana ye and now ope a year NDC ye. But the issue was that look, a quite bia 10 biano, you should be in control. Senya wo dia ene ensei nti they say there ene me the newspaper be kwa maba o mianom normal print ya mame na me dia Sergio Mahama say nipa no wo fa wo mu gira wo say yenka NDC achievement ni yenka MPP achievement they know NDC John Mahama have performed better but for their pocket to almost start 10,000 Ghana a month. Also, crowd are diabetes. Untimate Yenam. Untimate Chuanum. And so, Bishia Minos Nade, Naki Wuna, Nawayan Yanga Sanam says, on could ya be Fuadiane? Ye Mosca, ye Machet Comport Kofaka, Sunia Hoto. Unia Hoto. Me kwa bna me wa hoto pa we mi free na aka me 150 makoto akoko lay and din bi 95 Ghana and the mess team dia she fridge mu won kate mu nkruma ochina matoko nkunte asa sorry anopa maka ne troka nwa me nkruma asagu so nyadua kakra matwitwa eguso obeba akwankwa hie enu am teme ho twa betie ne mfuruma ye friend say enfifire timi motuom ne bi timi pan mu di mi se free mu na me ko Facebook ko kan kwase asma kire kufu ado efiri se bi wa hotom me no bia ni asembia wona wudidi enso wo fon ya print newspaper man won so phone adwenjere da so bɔne nti onipa ni ahotɔ bɔne di onipa bɛkɔ hell wobɛkɔ akɔgye chit ɛwɔ airport ɛyɛ port akɔyi kaa wobɛtwi kaa no na ani ahotɔ esi no so a na ada ne gya na ɛhyehyew petro nimi kaa mu koraa nyame adom nti meso me esi a ɛsɔ ɛbɔ cool ɛfiri sɛ mene obiaa ni turumuhwɛ obiaa nsɔre mebusam sɛ ne naano sika no adwuma no waanyɔ mene obiaa ni ho asɛm woni principles ka akorɔmfoɔ sei awudifoɔ sei wondi wɔ mu akyi ɛnye ka prɛ kora mfiri ɔmɔ da akorɔmfoɔ asefoɔ te sɛ akufoɔ adonom ɔmo sika koraa nkadi kwa sɛ wakɔnɔ akorɔmfoɔ criminals ɔmanbɔyɛfoɔ ɔmo sɛe ɔman yɛn dealing with ɔmo issues about the party the MPP party. Also, the youth and women's wing of our party remain our weakest link. Every effort must therefore be made to get our national organizer to fill in the gap. Same applies to getting Esler to assist the women's wing. The substandard tag on Nana Boachi seems to be a perfect description of who he is. Per the earlier assessment made by D.M. Oforiata and co-writers of the August 2019 report, this is a tag we should actually shroud from his personal knowledge. In the meantime, we should keep up assurance of broad smiles towards him until he is gradually weaned from us. He pales into insignificance in comparison to George Opariado of the NDC. It is therefore important to avoid a one-on-one debate between our youth organizer and that of the NDC for the time being. In the same time, I'm also not national youth organizer.
The document is something that came before the 2020 elections.
And that
one came before 2016.
One, yes, but we.
And this one is the friend is an advancement of the entire
document.
Plan.
Yeah. Sent you Ombema first phase.
Yes.
First phase no 4 years no.
Yeah.
Things they were able to achieve and the things they were not able to achieve.
So as of now, they are doing what is beyond way. Post this document.
Yes.
There is another document.
Yeah, but no, but we know is telling you the 4 years and Nema or Mashisha Guo for the 4 years.
Yeah.
What you say? And Nema or Mashisha Guo for the 4 years.
Yeah.
So, that time now, Omo air assassin and a B strength, no. Na substandard, na abaso.
Very substandard.
Na oh, and that's from not substandard, no.
And it still stops substandard.
We saw behind him, so Jimmy.
I'm friend saying DJ Caleb.
Or they say DJ Caleb.
Where Jimmy Chekru.
Yo. So, one more national organizer, Nana B. And you the channel no. On Canada, Japan. I'm about to win in the best chess document we at Sanantisa on Canada, Japan. Or see a very good asset. The party must, as a matter of need and plausibility, defend him going into the 2020 elections. He has the utmost control over our action troopers and all the former criminal elements who are paused for the final push. In addition to his deep pocket, his financing of the grassroots affirms our dire need of him at all costs in the 2020 elections. While conceding his magnanimity towards the base, his penchant for being a loose cannon in attacking persons who should be left alone is sometimes worrying. As a result, he must eventually be weaned off. As our project reaps dividends to need less and less of his funding, his self-confessed unbridled quest for the personal wealth is a potential threat to causing us to suffer needless exposure. It is important for a dossier to be prepared on him and deliberately kicked through our friends in the opposition. Our friends in the opposition. Our friends in the opposition. Wonderful. Who will call for his prosecution? Ken Opoku is to revise the 2016 plan and progress to his dossier for this purpose, but should not be filed under any official seal. Into what say 2020-2021 Canada Japan started making noise say omo person mu jail no. Okay. Yeah. He started making noise say omo person mu jail no. But enya de beba so. Canada Japan clashes with the presidency. Gabinum Kenoforiata clear a document with him. On Samia Oku is a very much Samia is a very good material with excellent political prospects. His loyalty to Nana should be acknowledged to encourage him to repeat his 2016 efforts of getting to the grounds to mobilize the youth. It is imperative, however, to watch his seeming rift with and Kojo Oponkroma. His loyalty beyond the terms of Nana cannot be guaranteed. Hence, the need to go all out and prop up Kojo Oponkroma in a subtle way. One name is Kojo Oponkroma, Samia Kudi Sieni. Obianim.
Kojo crack into emanation.
Okay. It may be instructive to prepare pieces of information regarding his encounters with the women, which appears to be in excess in his case. Samia Okunomo Ekano. On the Bodaminu, Obefa Kudi. The Odagotamu, Obefa Kudi. Ebia Otasetase. Sa.
Oyo.
Also, it makes him vulnerable to blackmail as a national organizer and key campaign person. It is perhaps important to limit his access to the inner circle and cordon him off gradually by introducing Mustafa Hamid during the final bouts of the campaign. This will in essence shield Nana from any damage arising from the leaks of Same Euku's escapades. A key point, however, is a much dangerous flirtation with the Kufuor camp, an aspect which raises serious questions regarding the need to contain him. So on Samioku, want to quick one on Samioku.
Offer. I am here saying I will share a Japan.
We have done it.
And the producer said
before.
We have done it, but
yes, the entire maker say we a whole blueprint of Akufo-Addo and Achem or empire or building. Now a book of content is about say 39 page bia so a funny pabako and to a proposal me push it to your producer. Nimsa feed the corner. You see 2024 more. Every day bia no dey say untimi nya every day every week bia no let's take one person, one page. Na yen discuss it. Because ye kaka bosu bebra emma viewers no and our listeners no. And those more
and I just me the topics ni bi ba o push on no.
And those no do. And good every day bia na
you discuss no ho.
What the to fa baako one page fa ka ho. Na eno nya like morning sermon. Oh, ewie bia ni akyerɛkyerɛm because on says see a waka ya wasafo mafo waka eye omo ye so mpeso mu bugu asante ahini asante ni peso mu gu no banks peso mu gu no eye Canada Japan Samia Uku.
So these things ye niema esi we are just reminding the listeners
that do I say wako party na edi aduane bebira be so se buffet na hia na obedi. But ye ma kwan na udi we ne wo me no akoda
no say abba buffet
wa bia unam ehim from abone ade chi a no say we you back no say edi na account timi pa cho. Anyway on Samia Uku assembly no was a book we mo na NCA
the mention John Boy.
Yes, assembly no a asemo maka bia esi the NCA no susu besi. Na some of them no book we liki ye no na enya happen kra me yehu ye but omo ko ne sa pepepe it tells you say e ade a de ko ne sa pepepe. Indeed, yes, Samia Uku, whether I like it or not, Samia Uku our grounds when people mu papa Samia Uku na etete na nabi na nso am say na nabi na adwene wo from 20 me ensua emfri Samia Uku until still Samia Uku Or national organizer, free national executives mukrano. Samia Oku still have to go down there. No Kobwama Sami a year and a B, a year no organizer, or year as a youth organizer. Because even the national organizer, Juma Inano, they be an Samia Oku no one of one. No to me, aye. And it says Samia Oku very influential. MPP for Nankasa any. Nemum Tiaswa Mokai. Almost say, Omunya sure. Say after Nanado no, Samia Oku loyalty. Ebe remain the same because omunim do omodi ayeno omo say once Samia Oku ye influential MPP in opposition, most of the demonstration organizing was done by Samia Oku and omode power 2016 omode power 2016 Samia Oku extra influential na ye pe obi a ye de bedwodwona no ene ekofa akojo opon kroma ena di okojo opon kroma bae ena from my so more direct traffic ni nyina to okojo opon kroma said the be be is a Samia Oku authority na chese onya sa animonyam no se kakra no na ye reduce powers no ye wi ani discard ni ato atwene na chese okojo opon kroma ena de ko ena no ma soja e de so omuntem ena ntokwa so omuntem bola soja no fo ase yeko ase yenko batehye ho. Indeed, we hear Samia Oku a. Wow, Samia Oku kan krofo a obidi kai o man first said ya for Dr. Muhammad Bawumia. No because say ni loyalty to Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Dabi. Because when we say Nanado Akufo-Addo regime and I say that Achim regime no is coming to an end. And Dr. Muhammad Bawumia say bi obi o nim hwe sa no or politics mu no. Wo don ho bono a ubenya more room. Samia Oku kwa na no nya campaign manager. Was the campaign manager? Ona ye adwuma ni nyina. Na bi kura sinka Dr. Muhammad Bawumia and consider no for running mate. Ananka ni dinu osoro pa de tie ne say afi no obenya 40 years onyanya 40 years. Enti afi no oba benya 40 years. Enti uko choose na as a running mate emfa because Ghana constitution is say obi o running mate die oba vice president automatically we president and na Ghana presidential age is 40 and inti ho ne disqualify nemum onko hyase ewo baby a woko na mpi no enti woko this term oko 8-year term ni bedusu no sabre na abisoko
okay
na say odem enti yeso hwe boato aba no ma no
no so hwe
baby to no Samia Oku na smart. And indeed, what did the next year, Dr. Muhammad Bawumia campaign, whether I like it or not, Samia Oku ne dimun tentemai. See a befa na po, see a fan na po, see a befa a Pentecost chairman. Samia Oku, but and another no, those na Samia Oku influential no. Now onye that too much influential to the extent say ono krano have to be. So you have to have a say.
In fact, Obraya ANSAH did MP.
Very good. NLA, very good. Where one of the politicians are, they be amoka so one more bra because why near Juma be ANSAH or joining politics. Very good. But when it comes to political appointment, any achievement I want make it our MPP Akufo-Addo government now. You bet me I can say or merit it because we be everybody. Any majuma Samia Oku even when all free national executive where so unko bi mukrano people were still pushing say omla no me contest and there's no position in the NPP national executive position somebody like Samia Oku so contest ya or win and to apply the card ye
but say omu jai ma omu ko primaries ewo kwapem no fa enen ke bi hu achi
oh that be
anyway but you know
I want just 1 second. Nipa no ye MP oba no
wadwane
won se Samia Oku bana ne hu ton so no wadwane eno abehye okan kwe enough entinyo obi na pamu no
na
ono na kwa
ono na asem no de yemfa nto because yeah when I send me documents be from Kwapem no yeah okay yeah let's leave now the Rollins factor. So they mentioned the John Boadu factor, the Rollins factor, other minor political parties. Let's touch on the religion and chieftaincy. The Ghana population is largely made up of Christians. We must bear that in mind, in all our activities. It is therefore essential for the government to take an interest in the relationship between the government and the church. It is further evident that a large number of discerning Ghanaians are not comfortable with the proliferation of mushroom churches and their activities. This is visible in the large support and condemnations received by Kennedy Japan when he declared war on the church. Government can easily capitalize on this and quickly come forward with legislation to regulate these churches. Immediate examples include Rwanda, and will bring an end to the vulnerable women who have suffered years of abuse at the hands of these mushroom pastors. These issues notwithstanding, it is important to identify the profile some church leaders within the country as they seem to perpetrate an agenda against the political tradition. They must be properly contained and muted. Critically, Duncan Williams. So now they are coming to describe Duncan Williams. His love for money is not in doubt. A material inducement and commercial gains make him vulnerable to market incentives. This means that he has a good nose for the highest bidder. His relationship with
good nose for the highest bidder.
He has a good nose.
Just the highest bidder.
I got Tiska. And also Otiska and the first word, God of Shalom, the Almighty, he has come down to visit me today. And in that night he told me that my son, the man, will come here early in the morning, 8 a.m. Congrats. Before I woke up, I couldn't see anywhere. I couldn't think about anything. Then I heard somebody knocking on my door. I said, Jehovah, you are almighty. Okay, so let me go on. This means that he has a good nose for the highest bidder. His relationship with leading members of the NDC is an open secret. It is therefore important to encourage the EC chair to build better relations and frequent his church. Kwame, what's it? Okay, his place as discreet as possible to seek spiritual direction and make firm pledges of a commitment to a transparent election. In the what was say Omubeyi 13 or 15 eminent advisors, to a year easy,
advisory committee.
Duncan Williams, Ekaho. Omu Yusu Jane Mensa to bring Duncan Williams into the game. Bishop Ajiansare, quite visibly an NDC sympathizer who only appears to shake or speak whenever MPP is in power. He must be watched carefully. Our men within his inner circles have done pretty well with accurate briefs, but it is time to add an open, muscular approach. The respect and esteem with which he is holding by other leading pastors may need to be marred by recruiting other high stage pastors to launch vile attacks in some ingenious ways. However, the president must desist from directly responding to him as advised by our people within his inner circle. So, Bishop, I just want to make easy for no. Oman Franca, Sam Cranchankra. He is perhaps even more visibly a surrogate of the NDC who has cleverly reconciled his aspect to appear as a national Christian. A constant eye watch and monitoring of this man is required with specific efforts to contain his commercial interests, which have been identified. Otabel, even though sympathetic to us, information suggests that the closure of Capital Bank has somehow affected his loyalty to the MPP or Tunana. Brother Kenoforiata's account of his demeanor on the night before the announcement of the closure of Capital Bank indicates he was not too averse with our decision. The strategic implication of Ken meeting with the pastor and subsequent feedback from his inner circle points to the impression that he may what? Opt for an NDC replacement. Should that happen, it will be seen as a declaration of war by one of our own. We should be reminded that an insider fighting you is more dangerous than the sworn enemy. In any case, he appears to be more aligned with the Kufuor camp. Intelligent efforts should be adapted to root his church following against his person. Should he defect? So on Otabe, but Otabe the eminent adversaries no.
Ono minim de bade minim say national secretary national cathedral no.
No, that one he resigned.
Baso okoka ho. Actually no hu say aduma ne ahihya.
On chief imam, government must prepare an exit plan for the national chief imam. Also masha say. Omude my kanu nom. This has become necessary in view of the fact that the demise of his deputy has created a vacancy. The intense lobbying by other Muslim leaders should be taken into consideration. So
the eminent, advisory committee,
why not?
It was made up of Mr. Justice Emil Short, Francis Emil Short, Reverend Professor Emmanuel Asante, Chairman Peace Council at that time, Sheikh Osman Nur Shaributu, National Chief Imam, Mr. Sam Okudeto, the unlearned lawyer, Nana Ato Dazi, Council of State, and Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, Presiding Bishop of the and General Overseer Action Chapel International, Dr. Yao Ba, General Secretary Trades Union Congress, Reverend Charles Gabriel Palmer Buckle, Reverend Mr. Afemoni,
Omoya say,
DJ President
Gifty Afenidazi, Reverend Professor Emmanuel Mate,
Mate Umbi,
Mr. Tony Forson.
Okay, so now Maminya Chief Imam
Drew Osai.
Maminya Chief Imam, the government must prepare an exit plan for the National Chief Imam. This has become necessary in view of the fact that the demise of his deputy has created a vacancy. The intense lobbying by the other Muslim leaders should be properly handled in the face of the promises we have made to each of them. Government will need to find a discreet way of influencing the process of the appointment of the next National Chief Imam as well as the deputy. The candidates for this should be well-verified party sympathizers who are likely to stand with the party in crucial circumstances, as has been with the current Ashanti region Imam.
So you know what happened in respect of his last name. Okay. I was having a patch on
Ashanti regional chief imam.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know ye person follow niema na de ade ba wie wo ba omi aso no ani a kira asem no mo atimi ahunu sese mo anyere mo ho a problem beba. Okay. So Nana has shown his love for the Zongo community, creating the Zongo ministry and establishing the Zongo Development Fund. This is both remarkable and historic in the annals of the political history of Ghana. By this singular act, Nana has taken bold steps towards breaking the NDC monopoly of the Zongos. This project is a must if we ever intend remaining relevant within the Zongos. Finally, cognizance has to be taken for elevating over 50 chieftaincies to paramountcy status. We need further elevation of such chiefs and redefining our very statehood for which the new uncelebrated old powerful kingdom is to be restored. It is very instructive. Looking at the broad coverage of the Buakwa, Kotoku and Bosome, we must critically guard against any such issue of the JSC and Megacha ruling of 2019. In 2007, Kotoku for no press conference say ebuaka for na for mu jimi ampe ba bia nyina asem ebesi no enye asem papa. Okay, so the national situation as regards the media landscape. Let's do the media, quick one. The media has remained a veritable weapon in shaping public opinion and agenda setting strategy. We therefore have to wage an even more valiant war in pursuit of our grand scheme to capture and dominate the media landscape. If our overriding ambition is to be realized in this regard, we have to adopt a prolonged approach, which making sure that the critical mass of the nation will not connect the rapid media capture with us. Phase 1. It's so sad to say, you know, baby, no, I want to hear white. So phase 1, we envisage that the role of Kojo Ponkroma will continue to be crucial in our quest to dominate the Ghanaian media landscape. He was super when planted around some big weights of the S.Y. Mills Mahama government. Okay. While at Joy FM, his secret recordings from the then ruling government illuminated. Oh, I didn't know you free one. Okay. Illuminated our discussions and greatly influenced our strategy, which culminated in the landslide victory of 2016. So upon Kroma what Joy Inyano, no recording one. What can I say? Upon Kroma, and what Joy. Now one of the close allies by Randiabi. Randiabi was seen to be at then say Atamios Assemba. I was said the Randiabi si Kanafa. Say Jomama Assemba. I was said the si Kanafa. And almost formal click be Kwakubaku Randiabe Sefa Kainum friends of John Mahama. But they were not friends to Atamios. And that was where the war of Armageddon, because now as a miniko you do whole face almost squarely, paper because they were able to use their powers. Anti multimedia, yanko meeting amako jo ponkuma and kebia mame da. Debia me an enemy. But no more formal kabano. And that is why they were able to plan and get me out of multimedia. Because na menchima womo kra. Na dan de randi abenu from wo Peace FM. Komu kume. Na brother no me be wo mu ukwada, no me wo mu Friday. Nyere jojo no, omo born be 1,000 times. Nyere jojo. Because at least you Atamios ba ku afrimu. You understand? Yeah. Enti omo planti upon kroma all those things na or pick it. Oh. Anyway. Last point. I say no wonder that Gabi made every effort for the young man to be promoted to the office of a substantive information minister. This is more so when we cannot vouch for the credibility and loyalty of Dr. Mustafa Hamid. At crucial times, Mustafa was the longest serving spokesperson of Nana. But we were shocked when Nana caught him stealing campaign cash in such critical opposition era where we were suffocating from inadequate resources to prosecute campaign. Mustafa Somo Yinifrio. Mustafa Hamid.
Okoria parties, Okoria campaigns.
Ovieska.
I was born a car glass no Ovieska no.
Use microphone.
Obeka says cano. A friend is saying, Ayira, and so no we are. But Akufo-Addo still kept him because he knew that he was a very good thief, clever thief.
But you need free in chain.
Yes.
And now a woman who say Mustafa Hamid free on this is the reason.
Yeah.
Okowieska.
Yes.
And yet Mustafa Hamid Kokono.
Yes. Ofrino. And your Koko.
Ofrino.
Yes.
Only Okowieska no.
There's nothing wrong in telling an albino is an albino because
sure.
they are good at knowing themselves.
Some kaso Bobie sad dark boy no.
Yeah, it's their color.
Yeah.
That's why the chairman of the albino,
Fuamoni. Okay, so it is now obvious that Mr. Nkrumah has an ultimate presidential ambition. We have a duty to protect him and to assure him of our support for the future. The support will get him to commit to the media capture again. It is satisfying that he has been part of our manifesto drafting from 2012 to date. In the next government, 2021-2022, Gabi has already convinced Nana to move Kojo Nkrumah to the Communication Ministry to continue the clampdown on the opposition, as well as not too friendly radio and television stations. He is already excited about this promise on two grounds. He will be deemed to remain one of the loyalists for the future. Secondly, that ministry has one of the richest, hence a conduit for him to increase his personal financial muscles for his presidential ambition. So radio market in Ghana, omo aye chat mpacho kosruye omo aye chat no. Enti uwo hwa ubonse uwo hwa radio gold for no omunim hontokra se onya message free upon Nkrumah order.
Upon Nkrumah be a minister. That was 2017. December, I invited show hosts and producers to the Ministry of Information, where they were press sorry.
I see.
That was 2017. So I don't know. Because we should say the outcome now good among side. Because thinking at least we have opened our doors to you, we are going to see some level of improvement to be. But anyama still na cost the backlash. They don't buy no too mukra, but too.
Okay. So Oshasa anyway yeah. Omu media stations that's the medium audience concentration, no. They decided to use Multimedia Broadcasting Limited, controlling 26.2%. Despite group of companies controlling 16.3%, Omni Media Limited, City FM controlling 4.7%, Casbin FM Limited, that is in Kumasi, controlling 3.8%, in all 44.8%. Then they have most popular news sources. Omo digital media family into omo peke sa enkrofo we on sa groups now Kojo upon Nkrumah say while our team aims at total dominance of the media architecture in the nearest future, there is a need to have a generally good appeal in the media. To this end, we have observed that the discourse in the media has been generally fruitful. This has not happened by accident. Upon Nkrumah has successfully recruited about 80% of top journalists, including some with adversarial tendencies towards us. His weekly covert meetings with them to plan the issues of the week have been exceedingly impactful. Yani na ma omo sha say omo print e bi newspapers mo no. Say pro NDC media and newspapers no. Dom ko akosomo.
Forest Hotel.
Forest Hotel. No more print newspapers. No more catch on mo de mo no mo na mo ye professionals.
Akosomo
order. Okoto yakamia.
Omo nyina.
Nipa bebre say osi the roles of Kwaku Baako, Poladomotre, Kwame Sifakan, OB of multimedia cannot be underestimated. It is for this reason that Nana nearly sacked Kandapa for delaying the release of their monthly allowance of 1 million Ghana cedis, 1 million, which is 10 billion. Since the national security budget does not go through the normal scrutiny, this group has to be assured of an enhancement of their regular emolument in our next government on condition that they work hard for our anticipated victory in December. So you get it? Then that is where this was leaked in 2019. Okay, so with the media, quick one. With the media,
okay, because I want to take it from a general
okay. Eslo on closure of opposition media, we score Esla also 70% for her execution of the agenda to close down. So Eslo mubetimi document no Wa person you be able to ayen PDF to bet me yin nyina de akokyere wabusuafo na no mo kenkai. We score as low as 70% for execution of the agenda to close down pro-NDC radio and television stations, while we praise her for closing media entities such as Radio XYZ, Capital Radio, Munti FM, and many more. She scored some low marks in the implementation of the strategy. We expected her to leave Radio Gold from the list for obvious tactical reasons. She could have waived their debt like she has done for our friendly stations such as Ash FM in Kumasi. She could have been fired for the avoidable backlash in strategy, but for her long-standing role as Nana's protege.
AKA Nana Inchimu.
Phase 2 of media control. Joy 99.5 FM and others. There is no doubt that Joy 99.7 FM and the multimedia group will remain an industry leaders in the communications sphere of the country. While relying on them as a veritable ally, anti-MPP agenda by some of their staff does not portend well for us. We were left with no choice but to have used our boys to threaten Manasseh Azuri Awuni. While his publication in the past inured to our political benefit, he has overstretched himself in his attempt to assume an air of neutrality. He was influential in a historic victory, but his constant attacks on government culminating into the militia documentary was most unfortunate. Elaborate support to our friendly media. Lessons born out of the Manasseh debacle cannot be glozed over. It proved that we cannot overly rely on a seemingly friendly media to take total control of the communication space in the country. But also, emu no mde be Asase radio no. Eno mu pushi Joy from 99.7 to 99.5. I'm not by 99.5. And I'm the call 99 closer. That's 2 bar. Exactly. No pia Joy a corner him and no de Asase ever share. The NCA waivers we offered the Kansas City media and other party affiliates over their license must continue. In 2021, Kojo Ponkruma will present a comprehensive list of other radio stations that must be recruited into this fold. We have to issue receipts covering the next 10 years as being payment of post-paid renewals. Professor Adai has already received instructions from Nana to give tax waivers to the media entities that will be submitted to him. Sure. Well, they are no you won't be assuring, sir.
We have a chico.
Sir, I Kojo Bonkruma is already making sure that about 90% of government advertisements go to the pro-MPP media. Same must be replicated in our next government. These lofty gestures will ensure that our friendly media houses consolidate financial reserves and use the power of financial capacity to outplay the NDC media in the ever-increasing competitive media environment. Yeno na ama yenkure foi bi ya na anibra bo omo so no mu kopɛ kakra tafre. We nkwasiafo we wodo omo sika yeden. Kwasiafo pa say from presidency nkwasiafo say wodo omo sika yeden. Ah, ya na nipa bi kire no kra wo wiase a. Okay, so reserving electronic communication frequencies to true party faithfuls. You know, so agenda no mayo into Usha Kingdom, Amofa, the whole Ghana, Omuma won't be no tonton. And I'm saying, or Charanyan, Nanka, a ofui to say a Aquawi won't be way, ofui frequencies. Now, Yasesa, a year regional capitals, ya diamano. Into Yanoso Omayo. Now, Mamenka same way, they said something about EIB. And let me touch on it, quick one. Under the electronic communication frequencies to true party faithfuls. Also, it is important to know that while supporting pro-MPP media would attract their loyalty and support towards us, getting out and out party members to establish radio and TV stations will be a sure bet. Osler has been instructed by Nana through Gabi to execute Plan A of this plan. And pinning the plan is to allocate seized NDC frequencies to our members. Even if the original owners are willing to pay multiple of times, she is to refuse their renewal since dominance over money is our focal point. Unim say, omu di biya me. Me frequency. Me makwa kutua. Time asom makotua ma omo age. Eye renewal sika no. Omo age sika no ama me receipt and me credit receipt. No ma atwa ma me say frequency no omo pe. Na me maka kire omo say me mama me lawyer atwa omo aka kire omo say eye a friend say loyachi. Okay. Me maka kire omo say MPP ni bia no ode ne sabeka me frequency. Ye change power ne men nantia badwuma mu ababu se me ba. Asesa wo ne ma. Me kane ne ama akufuado kromfo no ate. No mon kan kire kwase ano ote yansi ye wono. Say adoche. Me BOBIE ANSAH obia ni obetimi afa me radio frequency. Me ma is the regional NCA a guy no. Maka kire ma send the message. So obia de sabe ka me BOBIE ANSAH me frequency. Say me see amobese no. Aha. No bia odine sabe ka say ye di BOBIE ANSAH frequency ama MPP ni. Ada mo beti se ato aba ma adia me ntwan ma afi na joma ama no ma issue statement say for frequency to me nante aba wadwuma m straight. Me ba wadwuma m straight. E dey say frequency ni da no mutimi fam obia. Akoso mo dey o mutimi fam obia nobody. Me nante aba wadwuma opon kromakura nim. Me penkola mo aba bu workers te say me yemma. Ye ba bu me maka kire omo no mo record fa ko madam pare me frequency Allah ila be bu se de ya me si MPP ni bia nu a me obetumi use me frequency me ana me frequencies ni nyina me nim e bia numbers me wo bia document go nobody obia no obetumi use me frequencies e okrum ha wodo nsa be ka me frequency aso say we MPP ni waso ama hu say sa number we meme dia na ye dia ma na wo waso na de ye adwuma didie ekoto ekate ye nkate kwai etwibu tuo ata akodnam hey masa me de MPP ni for akufadu nipa for ma dia me nko police station me can be behind this we ni me nko police station e be ye physical omunim sa omo mama de na ho yeah you say come on there now omo be can be about EIB or say she is also supposed to reserve majority of the new frequencies to party members who are loyal to Nana. Due to the backlash in the revocation of radio and TV licenses, she must, this time around, identify party members who are already in the media business and or those that the public sees as already rich. Gabi and Chemawun to me are the part of the plan A. Inti almost see radio stations across the whole Ghana. Which continues till 2024 when the Nana completes his 2 terms. It is important to note that Kojo Ponkroma will, among other strategies as the next communication minister, allocate frequencies which are close and can interfere with pro-NDC brands such as Class Media, Power FM, and the EIB platforms across the country. In the tier for more than Tia, there be a normal in a Kwabena Accra FM as a Obi Air Bonum Fem. Accra FM as a Encrophobi Dim Komo Chiri. Accra FM as a Yansheda NT Adieni Ye, Yachiramo, Ewo Ejapa document in free recro. Obi and Fremi Musam and Wasem View. Angel Broadcasting for also and Wasem Wom. Monko Penkai. Kwame Sefaka and Pradum Ochre. And the future. Yamo Memo Kakra. And Memo Kakra. Okay, my Memo Kakra. Pacha Yanintem and Tena Mimbi Momo. But we should be able to. Kwame Sefaka Yanintem and Adum Ochre. Okay, so yeah, I'll say it is an undeniable fact that the 2 gentlemen have become institutions in their respective rights, especially within the media circle. They are undoubtedly part of the pool of great brands the party shall fall on as we move into the future. While Sefakane appears relaxed and waiting for the right time, Paul seems apprehensive anytime Sefakane is brought into the picture. At the level of presidency, there appears to be a groundswell of support for Kwame over Paul anytime communication issues arise. The kitchen cabinet of Nana feels that while Paul is equally known, he has credibility issues to deal with, especially on the conundrum surrounding his withdrawal from the Ghana Law School. Settling on him for the future could create credibility challenges for a ticket in the next government. Nana will convince Sefakane to chair the NCA board. Okay, so Basse say or MP, he say or MP, record NCA. Me meka ma Kwame Sefakane ate. Me see me MPP ni bia ntimi yusu me frequency. Aban sesa men nanti abu adwuma penkola be bo. Me ka kire mu straight. Mun twa voice we mfa nkoma kufu ado ne baomia. Aban sesa me obia no obetumi yusu me frequency. Ene e beda wa pro. Me ne mo betwea me wiase asai. Se munni ma santima mponi a me ne mo betwe papa. Mo de ma obi oso me say aban sesa me mentwen police me nko police me ba wadwuma ma penkola be bo se de mo ko se me de no o de mo be hu gan me pe ba o mi side no nka me de awie amamo me pe ba o mi side no pacho just last point on ba o mi na me de awie. Okay, so omu raise issues about a year how to pack the courts. You know, so omu egusua omu ye 0.5. Omu raise issues about a year how to pack the courts. Then finally, in Route 39, Baumia side no. In Route 39, but they mentioned about a 34. We are 34, and Tiaka 5 pages. 5 pages. All right. So far, Hunter. Okay. This is it. Overview. Kakra itimi ye ema omanfo on ejapade. The point is say asembia omaka aka 5 pages. Unfortunately, me producer and me am fan so.
They didn't come amin chia etie for ne ahwefo. Na de bia me ka say me hweda hu susu ye da akufuado amamu ene kofu amamu ntem because the value is the same. The only difference I made media to montem say kofu de adwen ton ho akufuado de adwen woni bi ene de aton. By the end of the day in Ghana will lose. Difference in any. MPP ideology a property owning democracy. Yeme preja padie. Yeme fumeja padie. Yenya hu ye na yenko. And as part of the strategy, my ideology is say government has no business doing business. And enya aban adwuma ne say obeye adwuma edisi kabeba. Eya ankra na waso mo ye adwuma no mo disika edeba. Enti ukofa omampeni dada kufo amamu a de akufo ade ye japade de omampeni kufo ye ni omampeni kufo create billionaires under his 8-year term as president. Na de omampeni kufo ye ni say most of the state institutions are na oman Ghana etimi generate income de maye no omampeni kufo make sure say ya wiki ni nyina ya collapse ni nyina ena ye ma private sector in the name of private sector and the individuals invest in that sector and omo no sika na nka o ma no betumi enya no kodi omo nsam. One of them the transport sector no omampeni kufo ba na ye wo Ghana Airways ana ye adwuma omampeni kufo free so ni Ghana Airways bio ye to de ma ankrankra adwuma ku na ye free so omo betumi amanage oman tumi amanage ena eguye enti afi kra de couldn't enti na wokọ airport residential bon say Ghana Airways for dano isi ho. The same transport sector no omampeni kufo baaye no na ye wo STC a na adwuma STC no egu no yegu STC no ne hu say this private transport services ti say OA ni VIP ni de keka ka hu nyina ba no beteki sa business no and no more erane. Even when Mahama Baya or making sure say yensa and revive STC no. Ebe sine STC ntimi nyina na so be because na danko kufuado emobaye no. Omo make sure say STC ni asa prapram na pre. Say the be the private sector omo wo transport sector na mainly MPP investors no they will make money. Even under Mahama okofa ayalolo de baye no. Okofa ayalolo ba ayalolo no na eba be ye adwuma se bi trotra na nka timo nso to na bu eba be yin nyina free system no mu ama for the first time Ghana what trotro mu a se bi nso to emo what trotro mu a wutimi hwe TV wutimi charge your phone one man one seat very spacious HS electronic disability for the no I understand say na embeboa ema GPR2 your leadership near MPP ntino GPR2 stood against Mahama Ayalolo. And when Akufo-Addo taking over no and your grand Ayalolo basis and for the past 6 years Ayalolo basis na nya dwabiem said the be bema MPP financiers do no atoto trotro mode ye GPR2 your mode trotro no omo business ni be grow. And this is how smartly wickedly but smartly Kofo making sure so we create billionaires at the expense of taxpayers' money. Taxpayers into collapse a year abayajuma no a edisika banoa. Na private sectors no a year MPP financiers no. Na omona creative businesses to fill in the gap. Then they get money. This is what Akufo did. But Akufo did the one nim nyansentino. One only dear wo fa abayajuma ni nyina no de amamo. That's the difference between Musem. That's the difference between Akufo-Addo and Kufo. But at the end of the day, no, the victim is always the same. Ghana. We are the victims. But they will make money. And Akufo-Addo, no, just say, oh no, when you are doing the better, you say, okay, you pese a former good no. Yensu ye benye bi KWABENA betimi afa so a ye be ya se bi ani kura ma ho se de Akufo ye no enti Akufo de ani adwe ne nyansa no e wo form
onya so se e ya abro
e na me kire se enye abro nana enye se ya abro adwe ne nyansa no e wo form hwe ade okofa the same omampeni da Akufo epenso omampeni da Akufo epenso no eni amahudo bebre sisi ye baaye no omu say Ghana ye wo service delivery companies mienu a Ghana for depending on them water electricity to mampeni Kufo baaye no ye so e be improve water services e de ama Ghana for and na o award contract to a company called Aquavitins for 8 good years.
I think they are from Holland.
Yes, for 8 good years. So mo manage a year Ghana Water Company. Ye tuo mo kasa for 8 good years. But the truth of the matter is say, even yani our capital hampo no. Omantimi ama ye nsuo mpo ama ye nyina nya bia no. When Professor Mels Mahama came no, and abrogated that contract no. Then Ghana Water Company no ane so munya adwuma e kofa bi ba ye ombedi esika no. The same Ghana Water Company under the leadership of Mahama Mels no. Etimi koko expanded pon. Water treatment. Ema ye ne won kran ha sei no. First time Lego Medina for bi anyansuo. Ene sanwu say ye nuan mo motation kra no. Sebi omutubetimi ene kofa station desalination water project so ba ya ye de nchini nsuo na ye so ne so aye no. Akufo-Addo ba ye no. Akufo-Addo no ne Akufo-Addo no make sure so company na odi aba no. Eye Aquavitins no. Enye so mo ba be Ghana Water Company adwuma ni nyina o. Na mo no mo partner omo. Na as a service provider. No mo di aye. And omo didi ho for 8 years. Akufo-Addo ba ye no. Ana no so target ECG. Akufo-Addo no anya say o mo me provide service be my o. Take over. You take over that compare that sorry ya ECG now PDS. And we be draining company ni sika Ghana sika almost like 6 months electricity na edi. So you see how smartly Kufo ye at the end of the day Ghana any lusu ye. Sa Aquavitins from add any value to Ghana water supply. But we did it for 8 good years. Akufo-Addo the adrian won intino. On the ECG no amedi di hu bio. On no be take full control. So that is the difference at that moment. But at the end of the day, who loses? Ghana, yeni elusu. Ghana, any elusu. And Ghana will always lose under MPP. It doesn't matter say yeah under Kufuor and I say yeah under Kufuado or Baumia, whoever comes. Ghana will always lose. Because your strategic state institutions biya. Na na we denia omwa na be kwa Bama Ghana for nye biedi. Over the transport sector. Esa say ya bad the always omu charges omu fair ewo form. Enti timamu ni ubetimi aheha no kakra. And state transport in the end adwuma ejina ne naso. Enti private sector nafa. Enti no omu ne control eye fair no whether I like it or not. Omu ka so matum we ya ne hwenye ye. Enti utimamu no you will suffer. But anye bia no say ya ban dia ebewo form kakra ama ho atimi aheha. Enti always MPP feeds on Ghanaians.
But what you said this document say bibi we chira Ghana for enhwe ye wo ho, because it seems like they have been able to manage the system in such a way that people don't see the realities in this document.
Say ebaye no and now me so enya no kre. So you see ye take ye accept responsibility. Say it's coming from us. And it's our discuss krana. Yes. So you give it that back in credibility. Say the baby imagine so Singapore. But the truth of the matter say adie bi we say mubiano eye no kre. The omaka so be nyina no omaye. The omunka so do munyanya esugu so omo eye. When him say nyame adman from next year. Almost say beto to radio stations and TV stations in mobile. Because you do election.
Yeah.
And to say shutting Crawford down. And you're part of the strategy.
So they are attacking social media, finding ways and means that be crash and Crawford social media links, and make sure say opponents ain't being function on social media. Yeah.
Smartly. Kufo take over and then a Kufo ye. No, wa no. One collapse the existing radio stations and TV stations. We make sure so man for invest MPP for expand or media coverage. No. And we expand and another competition. My resources or many resources be and to be first station back on or affiliate stations or all the regions. What ya cry happy unko baby only affiliate be smartly. That's how Kufuor did to make sure say we're cramming down the opposition parties. Good station, no, but we are consonanti with Nakra and Kwanko Babia, where the Eco Babia. Kufuor do him Yansentino. One on a dear Matum for 1 year, 2 years. Mema Nyajuma, ye to a baby and me bio, ye beto by Masatum, and the Radio Gold, Munti FM 2017 ye no. Radio Gold 2019 ye no, ye to a baby year 2021. And ye be ye next year election year ye say betutum ye tumu we are samahama ba no be samahama mebia na say MP before na besa transfer ye to ba we no ma bie. This is a Kufuor's mentality. Anything me catch or say political party bia no e won ideology obia won a plan obia won a blueprint and found leader or the beba. The only value beba ne say na na asie kokumase na mimi twi Toyota Corolla na u twi Toyota for it is a forerunner say forerunner ye na ekokumase ebi a mimi du port o mu esa say me car na se wo fom ntino me slow down o de na jungle car ye de na mabuo mu tu betimi abom papa na okọ obekọ akodu na o shocks wo so but esa say minya abotre ntino ebi a obedu agame ba me de ma bedu na me de no matima maintain. But at the end of the day no destination here Kumasi.
Maunia yeah, so this document if a man for quiet for the year.
Yeah. The I was saying idea any pebia a trimupo. Yeah, the tears as so. And yet, say, Sebio, ni party we are saying, obey na adwin say, obedi ne nua so ahyɛ ne so ama akoduru baabi a ɛbɛyɛ te sɛ ɔno ankasa ne nua sɛ bi wama ne tumi sɛ ɔma mɛtena ne so no wabɛyɛ akoa na ɛduru baabi a ɛyɛ na deɛ ɛya paa ne sɛ nipa na ɔno ebu akoa no anaasɛ wama wayɛ akoa no wohwɛ na wohu ne bɔbea ne ne yɔbea na enka sɛbi enka yɛsɛ hwehwɛ nkoa koraa bi a wɔn qualify but na anafɔdo ɔsɛ kremodak na abasa document wei ɛyɛ adeɛ a ɛyɛ ɔmo manual sorry for document there is not a dot a comma any punctuation biara ɛwɔ wei mu a sɛbi nsie anaasɛ esie there is not from the foreword to the last page obiara sɛbi edi ho adanseɛ obi anim nneɛma a wɔde ayɛ ɛwuranom kwabradofoɔ pakwasi anomfemfem owura sedu agongo ɛne mpanimfoɔ ahodoɔ a sɛbio wɔn abie wɔn bank na kwabra adeɛ baako ya na ɛyɛ me ya ɛwɔ wiase mu ne sɛ nipa bi no wɔ hɔ a wɔn agyimia ma wɔn kura ntumi mfa asetena mu nneɛma a asi pɛn ɛnyɛ sɛbi nhwɛsodeɛ ɛnyɛ wɔn brɛ mu asiesie ɛmfa mmɔbra nti no wɔn nneyɛ wɔn su ne wɔn ban ɛyɛ adeɛ bi a akɔyɛ te sɛ wɔn dwen sɛ nantwie podua etimi ka de to even sɛ yɛkum nantwie awie nantwie podua no bɛka de to anka ne to ɛkɔka kɔnfoɔ nsɛm ɛbɛka kɔnfoɔ nsɛm kɔnfoɔ de podua no ɛbɛkura de akɔ wuo ma ɛde akɔsie no na yɛde nantwie podua a aka kɔnfoɔ nsɛm kɔsie no a mepatwɔ ɛda so te atefa asase so ɔho nipa gyimia ma and sometimes me kind manual no for the first time it's something that I call a manual a government of a criminal syndicate of family and friends or more a manual now that criminal syndicate of family and friends no actually a friend is saying ofori penny fie no say wo hwe wo mo abusua no bɔne a wɔn de ayɛ man wei na wohwɛ the manual na wɔn develop yɛ to make sure sɛ wɔn bɛgu nipa binom ho fi wɔn bɛgu wɔn anim ase na wohwɛ nipakuo na wɔn no akɔtwerɛ saa bukuru a from Akufo-Addo wo a wohwɛ n'anim wo de ahwɛ nipa anim na wohwɛ na bedi akyire wohwɛ Gabi abɛbɛ dua bi hu mmire no na wohwɛ Kofi Asante bedi atu ɔno kura mpa a wɔse wapɔ ɔno kura wohwɛ na ne nan no a ɛhyɛ mpaboa no mu a wohu ne yɔbea na wohwɛ ɔmo kuro mu hɔ na no sɛ yesu yɛ akwa bi ɔmo si ne hene na wohwɛ nipa bi paa ɔmo awia ɔman sika de akosi ahemfie na wohwɛ ahemfie no kura ɔmo tim no kura mpa a wotim sɛ ahemfie no kura ho ɔfɛkyɛ wɔ mo wohwɛ saa nipa kuoi nipa tantantan mentimi mmɔ nipa deɛ bato hwɛ ɔmo anim huhuhu tantantan ne adwene ɛwɔ ɔmo tirim ne nkwasia ne gyimi adwene ɛwɔ ɔmo tirim a na wohwɛ manuare a ɔmo de bu ma wei a ɛyɛ na sometimes wotumi tena hɔ a na waka sɛ Nyankopɔn meda wase sɛsɛ bi ɛhia me popra na meni hwee kora mpo a nyame wadom me nyansa yɛ Solomon nyansa a mentimi fa ni saa nkwasi asɛm sei Sebi, Kabra. Ewiase obiara nim sɛ yɛnkum dwafoɔ ɛnni dwa. Ɛnɛ ɔmawia aban sɛ ase. Kabra, Same, ɔmo kɔ a asase no wobɛtumi abobɔ ahyɛ obotom de akɔ. Ɛna
sɛnya me bɛtua ɔka no yɛnka wo politics.
Wo papa Akufo-Addo wo deɛ obiara gyimi wo deɛ fa ne sɛ obiara gyimi wo kora mpo no koraa no wonim nyansa wonim hwee koraa no wo papa ɔbɛyɛ mampani afe baako bosome num ceremonial head enti wo deɛ wo papa wo deɛ woni hwee koraa sɛ wode bɛyɛ nsusu deɛ ɛde asi w'ani so sɛ o mame ɛmmɔ bra wei na ɛbɛkɔ akɔwie mesan no wo papa na mu no koraa mpo a ɔbɛyɛ mampani afe baako ne mfie bosome enum no 1 year 5 months ceremonial head sika ne nneɔma a wɔwie ayɛ ɔkɔ wɔde kɔɔyɛ
wɔde gya ne ma te Akufo-Addo so de bɛgya
meba wɔde gya ne ma na ɛkɔsii sɛn
ɛna ɔmu gu so ɔmu die
hwɛ ɔho ebinom agyimi wɔ wiase mu a sometimes you tend to want to make it look as if say akɔyɛ sɛ oh wɔde bɛgya ne ma hwɛ Akufo-Addo papa hotel menem papa dakɔda hɔ da change bed sheet kɛkɛ na ma me breakfast empanie menkɔda deɛ mde empane kɔyɛ deɛ ɛmfa wo ho ɛno koraa wantimi ahwɛ so wɔde gya ne ba no akyire no ɛnyɛ aserɛserɛ na ɔbɛyɛ yɛ a Ghanafoɔ ɛpɛ kakra maa no a na nkɔ wɔ sika nkɔde bɛyɛ mampani ewiase ne papa dan kora ɔtim kora sesie yɛ a yɛfrɛ ne sɛ wapam kɔfoɔ adua flowers wɔ anim hɔ yi sɛ ne wɔɔtɔn cocaine mmɔbra o cocaine bia ne wɔwɔ wiase mu a wabɔ bra da nsi da cocaine gyimi wopama cocaine nyɛ sika sɛ deɛn ɛbɛsɛ ahia no ama no aserɛserɛ saa na Nyankopɔn obu ɔkɔtɔ sɛ wobu kɔtɔ kwase a ɔhwɛ wo to enti no ɛyɛ na ɛyɛ fɛre sometimes sɛ ebinom adwene yɛ ɔmo sɛ ɔmabu Ghana kwase a onyame hwɛ wo to wotima se hwɛ deɛ ɛma ɛyɛ me ya at some point na ebinom a ɔmo wɔ aban ni mu fo obi te sɛ Alan Kyerematen sɛ wode book wei kɔkyerɛ Alan a ɔbɛka kyerɛ sɛ ɔboa but ɛnɛ no megye di sɛ akɔ n'ani emre bi Kofi Baa send a text message ɛde book na ɛba akane no ɛkɔma Pakwasi Ndum Pakwasi say oh wait this cannot happen ɛnɛ hwɛ deɛ wayɛ ɔno emu Kwame ahe na ne kɛse yɛ ahe oti ase eti Kofi Amoaben so obi ka kyerɛ wo sɛ onu Kofi Amoaben a na nka Akufo-Addo num kɔ ne hɔ kɔ srɛsrɛ na wɔn adie ɔmo ba bɛyɛ ama na awie ne sa amoako ne edu a enka obi adwen ho saa eti no sometimes me hu ne sɛ yɛn Ghanafoɔ no we are rather the problem what do I say me bana me tio na obi ka say Ghanaians should show anger after abaya sesa sabre no go show anger to what so wo bibi ya ene wo se wo ye what I say you have nothing to do tomorrow because ene no the beginning of tomorrow may not come what do I say yeti hey atamuda betimi aba enti wo bibi se wo beye pa se wo de bebo akina ho ban a ene adwene ne ene aye kasa yi ya kokotira kan si usu yi ya emmoa nipa do ama emmoa edie nipa do afuo ama emmoa enkrantie emfui ene agimifo edie ene na wo bibi a wo se wo ye ene na wo ade papa bi a wodwene wo man ho se daachi bi se wuni ho na akina antowo a e wo se nkyirima ebo wudin ka asem ka se oh papa Kwasi ade papa Konto opani Yakubu Openi Sami Ukrom hine ye friend is saying Togbe afede Openi otufo ose tutu a otoso mienu Openi Kufuor Openi obia fa papa din hya ho wan kasa so fa odin hyem edie na wo ya enchirima ede be kai wo se wan tena ho a masabi kwasea mu kwasea edie na wo betimi aye ama wo man emusa se me man no so de na obetimi aye ama me wo di ka busa wo ho de wo betimi aye ama wo man edie na obetimi aye age wo man asi ho eno ne ade a ahia se sa buku yi yakenkan ni nyina kanfua ene omo ankasa so mutimi kire otaba wa minasepo because yagu ni bank akwai atu ese omo fani ko ese omo fani ko tum se ne kura so omo so atu ese ye na ko tum ye yi na ba beto abonten a onye ex convict enti oni gabi me ye pe
omo epe
oti ase enti no edie na yen nyina ye betimi aka ye ho abom etimi aya abo aye man kwabna to some very relevant portions of this document hwe de me ya pa kwabna eye babia also chieftaincy nya de a me pen discussion e wo radio so bakwara ade bi koso. Now, I would want us to avert our minds to it. Because politically, beyond even the traditional way, no, some obiye tribe A or B, no, politically, and who wants to so. I would say there is this belief, say, Nana Domahine,
NDC
a pro NDC or criticize your buying way papa meboa
yeah
but everyone also remembers say Nana Doma hini call a year Jubilee House no he was warmly welcome and obia nim statements are Efre Kufuor ano baye obia nim enioma o kafa ne ho a o che se onim abakosem obia nim meboa
yeah
obia nso nim ensemu a waka afa sabi asanteman ho wabra na asanteman kan no yan Canada me he is one person I admire obian fa no obian kwa kan se doma enye ekuro eno yakasa ne hene but obian nim nsemu a waka fa krobia ho kwabra obian nim sabi obian nim ni kuro ma bakosem obian so fa ne sabonkum entre ne fie ne kuro mkwan enti sabi se ukokan wei asantini bi ti baabi ono so akokan wei otu 40 baabi ono so akokan bi ebe wi ase no ade a ese fata se e wo se nke ye nyina ye kan ehubom no na ya ma ho kwan na this manual ya eyen kwasiafo manual yi agimifo manual yi emmoa manual yi ye emmoa omutimi sisa oman sika na omutimi de asi e friend say ahemfie omutimi mo bra kra nsi ahemfie emmoa no manual yi na agege yenya ya konsohwem